Let me do my thing. of a bitch! Ah, I should have never taken that.
Hi!
Yeah, look at those fucking pieces of shit.
Where are you?
Hey, it's me. Way out. Slow down! Yo, wait, you keep calling me, man. You got what's coming.
This is it!
Reloading! Dickhead! Get in close! Jerk off! I'm coming for you! Ah! Are you all right? Moron! He's hit! Bend over, here it comes! No, no! Ah! Man down! Screw you! Jerk Take him down!
Anything you need, boss. Oh, hi. What can I do for you? Keep your blood sugar up. Have a good day.
Much prefer 100-acre industrial plants spewing out noxious chemicals. Let's all work together to preserve our environment. San Andreas Water and Power.
No more fracking! No more fracking! No more fracking! No more fracking! What's going on here?
You're looking good. Really. Details should be with you on this car. It's parked at that location. This is straightforward enough. Let's get this one back in good shape. And that car...
What miracle did you want me to perform? Better than new. great taste. They won't shoot these out.
Hello, you're through to Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Great. So it's available for pickup at our nearest location, sir.
Dairy thing sucks ass. No way.
I got a pickup not too far from you. Sending you the address now. I've got someone for you.
Stop that chariot! Peace to you. Let's get this chariot in motion! God bless you, and thank you.
I got a customer for you right now. is dispatch. I got a job going right now.
Cool, let's go.
Thank you. Be just more comfortable.
Call just came in. It's up on your GPS now.
You drive, be careful! 뭐지? Thank you.
What brings you in today?
extraterrestrial means from outside. So it's another way of saying alien, right? And so but the interesting thing is, they can't argue this fact that their God, even Jesus says, I'm not of this world, according to the biblical text. Okay. And so if you're not of this world, then you're technically an alien. And so what I found early on, I figured this out when I was younger, is that most people are worshiping aliens. That's the actual term that they don't know it, and they don't even know it. So they're worshiping aliens and they don't even know it. And so it just became interesting to me, and I started looking and digging even deeper into the religious text to see if there was something more to this. You know? And the more I dug, the deeper I went, and the more I realized that they were putting together terminologies and words based on the era they lived in that were describing the same things that people were describing now in Close Encounters of the second, third, and fourth time.
Well, I think it's kind of, when you look at the basics of it, like I said, I try to, and for me, it all started with the book of Genesis, right? And of course, we all, take our children or we go to school and we learn words, right? And so when I start thinking about the definition of the word I, right? And I'm like, okay, that's cool. If I came in and said, hey, our team is going to do this, or we're going to do this for ourselves, and this is collective, the group. And so when Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 is, let's make man in our image and the likeness of ourselves, I'm like, what the heck? And I remember asking my mother, and she's like, oh, it's the Trinity. The R thing, right? And so it always baffled me since then. And it's right there, and when you ask people to read it, some people who are Bible scholars that, go to church every Sunday, something, whatever, and no point intended, right? When they still get to that, it's like they've been taught all these things, but certain scriptures have been skipped over.
Oh, they skip over that.
And it's like, it's not there, along with Ezekiel, all the different stuff. So why is that? Why would a pastor that's responsible for the flock literally don't teach them properly, right? And that's one of the reasons I kind of backed up from the church, because you think on a Sunday, if they say, well, stand up, everybody stand, turn the page such and such, and you turn it, and I'm like, I can read that too, and then all of a sudden, I started doing the math. I was like, well, okay, it's, two or more people like us makes a congregation, just the two of them. And I'm like, it was 4 in my house, so that means I can pay tithes to my house, and God can be here, and I got a congregation. I can pastor my house, and I can turn the page and read it myself.
Exactly.
But I don't get it. I don't know why all into that.
Right.
And
what you said is so key. The fact that the Bible says, where 2 or more are gathered in my name, there I am in the midst of you. Okay. See, I know the Bible like the back of my hand. I have the Bible memorized. I've been reading that Bible since I was 1 year old. My dad used to take me to bars in Queens, New York when I was a little kid. 3 or 4 years old, put me on the countertop and have me recite the Lord's Prayer, the 23rd Psalm, and all the Proverbs and everything. Because my memory was so crisp, I could just remember stuff, So, and so I know that Bible like the back of my hand. And so, but you're right. The fact that the crazy thing is, man, we're like brothers, man. I listen. I came up with that same hypothesis when I was a kid. And I realized when I read that, so if me and my brother, or me and my mom, or my mom and dad, if we're all in the house together and we're trying to basically summon or to have a direct connection with the Creator, right? Then it will appear.
It should appear. And if he could be over there on Sunday, why the heck he can't be at my house on Sunday too?
And he's supposed to be omnipotent and omniscient. Two things. So if that's the case, then we don't need to go there.
We don't need to go there.
And I don't need to give them the money. I like what you said, but you put a twist, because you added some financial literacy. The fact that instead of tithing to them and giving the money to the pastor so he can buy a brand new Lincoln, or then it went from Lincoln to Cadillac, then from Cadillac to Mercedes is the thing now. Now they into all kind of exotics, right?
They there, right?
Right. But regardless, the fact that if you take that money, if every one of the people in these communities took all that money that they gave and put it back into their own household through the knowledge of financial literacy, reinvested it,
they can use that. And there's money that you can set aside anyway. You're already giving it out. In a true story, a brother and his wife, they live by the tithe. You tithe, your things are going to happen to you. True story. They actually got into financial trouble when one of them lost their job. Looked on their books over that 2.5 year span, gave the church over $23,000.
Wow.
And could not get $300 for the electric bill when they needed it.
That's a fact. I've known several people with that problem.
Yeah.
One person contacted me, was begging, and I was like, I asked the question. I said, well, you know, because they were trying to get me to go to this church. This is a while back, about 10 years ago. And I said, well, how much money have you given over years? I've given tens of thousands of dollars. I said, and you can't even go to the church and ask them for a few hundred measly dollars?
There you go. They won't do it.
And it was somebody else who wanted me to invest in one of their businesses. And you know, the concept for me, it was too based on religion. So it was dogma. But however, you can open up a business. This is America.
That's it.
But I said, why don't you go back to the church, because you've been given your 10% and plus more, and volunteering and everything else for decades. Why don't you get the church to give you $10,000? You know, they won't do it.
Man, I mean, and also, I grew up and ran track. A lot smaller than I am today.
Yeah.
And my coach was like a father figure. And I remember a conversation as though it was sitting here today. He had all of us sitting around. It was about 20 of us.
Yeah.
And he gave us, he said, I'm going to give y'all some advice if you ever get in a bind. He said, if all fail, go into ministry. You can get a job and you can make money.
You can make money.
That's what he told us. I'm sure as daylight. I'm saying he stood there and he said, I want all of y'all to know if all fails in your life, go into ministry, you will get money.
That's the worship gene that was inserted into mankind, right?
Yeah.
Thanks for the donation. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna, or their God, claims that Manu is the father of men. Did we find Thoth again? I don't know. It's interesting that, you know, Thoth is many people. I believe that Thoth has been given many names over many eons in many different many different eons and generations and different, I guess you would say, civilizations that have risen and fallen on this planet. And so if you look at Africa, you have Thoth, Thoth. Some people say Thoth, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But also, he ruled over the land of Kem before it was Egypt. Now, here it is, for 16,000 years.
Whoa.
Now, this is not according to Billy Carson. This is not according to Thoth. This is according to the ancient Egyptians.
Wow. 15,000.
16,000, right?
That's a long time.
Think about that for a minute. We're talking about super long lifespans. That would give anyone the perception that this being was immortal.
Has to.
Right?
Gotcha.
So they thought he was immortal. And it just really amazes me that we can't see that these ancestors, the culture was so intelligent. I mean, they left behind megalithic structures that we can't duplicate.
Right.
But when they say that a guy worked with them for 16,000 years, we don't, that can't be real.
That can't be real. Yeah.
They can't be real. But we can't build a pyramid.
We don't have no technology today to
right.
do that.
Exactly. And when you go to Egypt and you see the surrounding area where the people live, which is right on the outskirts of where the pyramids are, they're all collapsing structures. All of them.
So why do you think, just literally, if people are saying the word is the word, you know, that's how they like to put it.
Yeah.
The word is the word. But the word is, there are some words in there that gives them the indication that there's more to the story.
Yeah.
Why don't many people get curious?
The thing about it is the programming is so strong.
Okay.
The programming code from the time of the age of 1 to the age of 7, it generates who you're going to be when you grow up. And the programming code that you get from the time you come out of that womb, all the way from 1 years old. Sorry, 1 o'clock. 1 years old.
1 year old. We'll go with that.
I'm going with my alien time frame.
We'll go
Now,
with
1 year old, that's when it really kicks in. Like the mind turns into a complete sponge. 1 to 7, all of a sudden, between 1 and 7, all the coding is coming in from your parents, your grandparents, your relatives, your friends, the TV programming, the schooling that you may be getting, right? All this is coming in and it's creating who you're going to be. It's creating your actual personality that you're going to have when you become an actual adult.
But we got human natural curiosity, right? As kids, well, I would assume most of the kids would be, you know,
right.
And then it's beat out of them, you know, don't ask.
That's the problem.
This is what the word says, and the word is the word. And
yeah, as soon as you question, see, I was fortunate. My mom didn't mind me questioning things. But a lot of people, as soon as they question, they get told, "Don't you dare question the Lord."
Oh, some people like that.
Don't listen, smack, right?
especially talking about religion and
Oh
church.
man,
Oh, my God.
listen.
Yeah.
You get yelled at, you get put on punishment, you know, and so you're being conditioned. Oh, I can't question this. I can't question this. Now your curiosity is being stolen from you.
Right.
And then you just.
Zaxby's Asian sensation salad is dressed with a honey sesame teriyaki glaze and citrus vinaigrette. But to call them dressings would be an understatement. No, these are sauces. Salad sauces.
Just become another soulless avatar walking through the matrix.
But you've seen photographs of videos of well-known pastors going back to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
They're going back. They have to have discovered what you discovered.
Oh yeah, they got it all. They know.
You have known or know why don't they come forward?
Yeah.
And the fact of they know they're doing the big lie, and you're going to go to heaven for that. Well, heaven they think, you know.
There's this one pastor that I know that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay.
I've known him since 2007, I believe. He has become an expert on the Anunnaki now. An expert on the Anunnaki.
Still.
Okay? He knows all about it now. I mean, you know, he knows all the ins and outs, the ups and the downs. But he's still a pastor.
Yeah.
And so I come to this conclusion after having many talks with him and understanding that this guy is still going to stay in that pulpit. He has developed his entire, finances, his kids' college tuitions, his wife, his mortgage, his car payments.
Based on the system.
Everything is based on that system. And so if he now jumps up with all the new knowledge and understanding the real information, which he has disclosed to me, he now loses all that money. He has to go find a real job. He has to go find another way to capitalize or to monetize himself. And it's too hard for him to conceive a way to do that, to achieve the level that he's at right now. So his only option is to stay in that pulpit and keep pitching the bullcrap.
Yeah, well, there you go. That green crack.
Yeah.
Stuck on it. But I think really as we, being a UFO investigator, one of the main questions I still get, people will ask, are UFOs real, or is the aliens out there? And I'm talking everyday people, right? And you would think, they ask me this question, Billy, and they'll go, well, what do the aliens look like? And
right.
And I try to set it up nicely.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you sure you want what I'm about to say?
Yeah.
Well, what do they look like? And I said, well, I got a question for you. And I hit them hard. I go, boom. And it's like, what if we look like them?
Boom.
And they be like, what?
Yeah.
What if we look like them?
Right.
Now, go explore now, and you'll find out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly it. What if we look like them? You see, what people don't realize is we are the aliens.
There you go. Yeah.
And before I go into talking, and we're going to go into some Bible verses here shortly, but I'm glad you brought that up. I did a big lecture a few years ago where I talked about this brand new discovery in astrophysics.
Okay.
Being taught at all universities that teach astrophysics around the world. They discovered something very interesting. They discovered that where we are in our solar system, in a Milky Way galaxy, we aren't originally from here.
They know this.
They know this. Our entire solar system is connected to another galaxy called the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy.
Okay.
Not the Sagittarius constellation.
Okay.
The Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy. We've discovered now that the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy is being gobbled up by the Milky Way galaxy. And the pinpoint of where the insertion or the merger is happening is right where we're located.
Right here.
Right here. And that our solar system is actually from Sagittarius. And that means that we are all aliens to the Milky Way galaxy. We don't even belong in the Milky Way galaxy.
So what implication, if it's sucking things up, what's the possibility of Earth being pulled in?
Well, we're here now. So what happens is we've been absorbed and pulled in. This is why in early on stages there were a lot of collisions. A lot of the collisions with planets and moonlets and other objects. They call them rogue planets and rogue suns and brown dwarfs and red dwarfs that are just rogue floating throughout, that have no particular set orbit, that are just flying through. And they found now that there's millions of them.
Millions.
And this is because of this merger between Sagittarius and the Milky Way. And what's interesting is this right here is the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation. This is originally was Sumerian cuneiform that was translated way back in the 1800s. But in the Enuma Elish, it tells you exactly what astrophysicists are now teaching in college.
Gotcha.
That this happened.
Okay.
It's all in the Enuma Elish, all of it. This text is over 8,000 years old, and that's been copied from other older ancient tablets as it's been copied and keep them fresh and, safe. Now you can see a copy of this at the British Museum in England, which I went to and saw it in person.
Wow.
And so we know now that this text, this ancient text, has been talking about the fact that we ourselves in this galaxy are not from here.
As though that someone brought us here?
No, it's a gravitational merger. So as Sagittarius is floating, Sagittarius is another galaxy spinning and floating through, and Milky Way is spinning and floating through, and the Milky Way is so massive, it's sucked in. They just drew it in, and it collided, and then it's been absorbing all the planets and suns in there and making them now recirculate through our galaxy.
Okay.
So we've been just basically grown, by I don't know 1/4%. We've absorbed, we still are absorbing it.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, check this out. They discovered that when you look up at the sky at night with no light pollution and you see that swath of stars going across the sky,
right.
People have been saying, "Oh, that's the Milky Way." Guess what? Everybody's been wrong all this time.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be like, that's the Big Dipper, or that's the Little Dipper.
No, not that. Just that
the
big,
Milky Way.
that big band, that big thick band that goes across.
Okay.
So the constellations are really there, but that big thick band, it looks like trillions of stars going across, and if you're in the sky with no light pollution, that is actually the Sagittarius, where it's being warped and pulled into the Milky Way. Wow. And this is being taught in all astrophysics classes, throughout the entire world at universities. Peer-reviewed science, well-documented science, thanks to the Webb and the Hubble telescope.
So why is it? I think we spoke a little bit about this today. I've been doing some research and reading, and they start talking about the difference between a religious community and a scientific community. And one in particular is how they were saying that the scientific community believes in creation, but don't believe in the creator. More could be the God particle that we talk about, or whatever. But the religious community believes in the creator, but not the creation. And so, but no one is venturing to the source of the soul, but they all are looking this way. So why is this happening?
It's happening because we get focused on one perspective or another.
Okay.
It's the same divide and conquer tactic that has been going on for eons. We also implement that in our educational system, whether it's religious education or spiritual education or scientific education. The reason why I love spirituality is because it takes a look at both. It takes a look and says, you know what? There is only one divine spirit. There's only one consciousness. And the quantum physics explains how it works. When you look at the quantum mechanics and quantum physics, you begin to see what's happening behind the veil. You begin to realize, oh, wow, this is pretty interesting. What we can see here is that the spirituality that is being explained by quantum physics and quantum mechanics, and it also is explaining our state of reality that we're experiencing in this third dimension, in this corporeal body. So we can convert, on the spiritual side, we look at quantum physics, and on the physical side, we look at classical physics. And when you look at both of them, it explains the micro and also the macro, but it also explains the spiritual at the same time. People don't have the time to dig into that, to research that, to study and learn it. That's why I do a lot of workshops and classes on that exact topic, to teach people that you're spiritual, and let me show you the science behind the spirituality. Let me show you how it works. And they love it.
Now, we know more wars have been fought over religion.
Yeah.
What about on a ground level? There may be people in this audience that are now moving toward the curiosity of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And they may be married. They have a significant other, their partner, or whoever. How is this gap? Or now are we going to use the term, we're not equally yoked anymore, but yet they're both is using the same book for truth, but it's not the same as they interpret it, and therefore there's a battle in the house.
Yeah.
Because I had that.
Yeah. Right.
What do you say to people like that, or could be dealing with it?
Yeah, we're in a pretty tough situation.
We're talking about religion.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about, hey, the word is this, and they're going to fight to the end.
They're going to fight to the death.
Religion, yes.
They're going to fight to the death.
What is it? How do we?
In in some, I'm going to be straight up honest. In some cases, there's no way to resolve it.
Okay.
You can ask the significant other if they would be willing to allow you to follow your newfound belief and your newfound research on the topic, and that you see things differently and explain why you see things differently. But if you're in a relationship where open conversation about religion is going to be banished or treated harshly, it can become a very tumultuous situation.
Okay.
And so I was in a situation like that myself.
All right. Yeah.
And I'm not in that situation anymore.
Well, we know that. We know that. You see him smiling. The Hollywood smile. Yeah.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta, when your mind elevates and the other person stays here, sometimes the gap can get so far that it's irreconcilable. It just happens. There's nothing you can do about it in some cases. Now, in some cases, you can work with that person, and some people will eventually come along little by little if you give them space. If you keep cramming it down their throat, telling them, no, this is the way it really is, you're going to hurt them. You're going to break down their belief system too fast, and they're going to be pissed off, and it's going to be anger and frustration and arguments in the house. But if you give them a little, drop some seeds and let it grow, water it tiny, little by little, and let it grow, from a tiny seed to a full-blown tree, you got a chance.
Yeah.
You see, so, but that person has to be one of those people that is allowing themselves to be willing to take in the information a little bit at a time and grow with it. And
phone calls from people that was mentally messed up. Like, what is happening? People that full-grown men.
Wow.
Okay, that was normally wouldn't even talk about the subject, but all of a sudden decided to make these phone calls. You're a UFO, and I didn't want to laugh at them.
Right.
But I did confirm it. Anything we have in our skies, we don't know what it is a UFO.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a UFO, but not alien technology, right?
Right.
Was it a test run? Because obviously, people are not going to handle if one of them parked in front of the White House.
Right.
So what was happening, or what could the potential be now that they tested this thing?
I think it's to generate money. So if you look at where we are as a civilization on this planet, you have one dominant nation, which is the United States. We dominate the world. And why do we dominate the world? We dominate the world because we have control of space itself.
Okay, gotcha.
The United States has more access and more control over the space on the outside of the planet, above the upper atmosphere, right? In the stratosphere, above the stratosphere. And so because of that, we have satellites that we control, and we can maneuver and manipulate, and we can create, zones where nobody else could put satellites and put technology.
Okay.
And we also have the capability of spying pretty much on anybody, anywhere on the planet, because we dominate space. And also, a lot of our weapons are guided by satellite. So we can reach out and touch anybody, anywhere, at any given time.
I tell people all the time, there's not a military on the planet that's more powerful than what we have.
Exactly.
And they fear all of them. But,
right. And now, so we've gone to pretty much every country in the world, and we've installed puppet dictators, and we've brought democracy, right? You look at Beirut, you look at, Argentina, you look at Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan. I mean, I could just keep going. The list goes on and on. Everything turned to dust. In some cases, economies that places that weren't turned to dust, the economies were crashed and turned over to our rule. And so we bring democracy to the planet, and those wars generate a lot of revenue. But guess what? There's nobody else to dominate now. We've dominated everybody. Yeah. So here's the new money. The new money is, they kept getting in trouble for all these trillions of dollars that have been disappearing.
Yeah.
Where are these trillions remember, Oliver North had to answer questions in the Senate floor.
Yeah.
Right? And so you say, you know what? If we now go to space, we now have a place to send the money.
Yeah.
So we can say, look, there's potential threats. We don't know what these things are. They're a threat to national, maybe even global security.
Yeah.
And because of that, we need to now transfer these. Now we're going to tell you where the trillions are going. We're putting them into space weapons. We're putting them into space machinery, space technology. And so now they can easily redirect money towards that without having to hide it, cover it up, act like they don't know where the money went, which is what they've been doing for decades. Now they have a place. So they have to keep the money machine going in some way.
Yeah.
And the next new money machine is not going to be blowing up another country. We pretty much did all that already. So now it's got to be, okay, we're taking it to space because we got to create this space race. We have to create this space technology. They have rods from God. They have all this technology in space now. Crazy tech. And so that's how they can redirect because it keeps them paid.
There was a article, and you guys can fact check this. Someone do it and let us know in the chat. Look up Morgan Stanley told all of their financial people to move into the space economy. They gave 10 things for the future to put your money in. This was about last year, but you can Google it, and if somebody do, post the article for somebody to have it. But Morgan Stanley told all of their financial, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah.
But said, here's the 10 things. One was space tourism. One was satellites and everything else. Space mining. It was just so many, but they said this is where tomorrow's money.
That's where
your investments need to go into the new space economy.
Which is why I opened up First Class Space Agency 5 years ago.
What?
That's my tech company. Yeah, look it up. Anybody can Google it.
Sugar, honey, iced tea. All right.
First Class Space Agency owned by Billy Carson. Many articles, news. I've been in many. I've been in London Times. I've been in New York Times. I've been in a lot of big articles about it. It's a tech company. We do research and development for space technologies. We don't actually launch rockets. You have to have companies that provide ancillary benefits or products and services to space agencies. Like Elon Musk isn't sitting there making radiation-hardened computer circuit boards.
No.
He buys that stuff from us or somebody else, you see? So that's why I started my tech company, Space Tech. I invented a battery. It's a revolutionary battery. And so all these different types of things, we have to have, if you have to look towards that, that's the next big thing. And so with Morgan Stanley, they're right on point with that.
Yeah, this was about a year ago when they did this. So I know we took a detour.
Yeah.
So, for the scriptures in the Bible, what would be, if someone out here needed to go to war and to prove the point that there is UFOs or some remnants of story in the Bible, what would be the best scripture or the top scripture you think would be the one that if they... A bishop, even a biggest of the pastors.
Yeah, we're going to look at the book of Ezekiel.
Okay, all right.
Ezekiel. Let me answer this question first. Harm says, was Jesus Christ one of the Anunnaki? In my personal opinion, I believe he was half human, half Anunnaki. That's my personal opinion on that. I missed a couple of you other guys who donated money. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for donating. All the donations go to help underprivileged children. Not one penny goes into our pocket. We actually help children with that money, and that goes to communities and schools. And you can see a video with the kids talking about the benefits of that program right here on this YouTube channel. The video was done probably about a month ago.
That lets you know the lives that you touch with your money.
Exactly.
Don't come in here and pay for the castle.
No, it don't. This money don't touch the castle. It don't pay. It can't come close.
Yeah, it is a castle. It actually has a water moat out there, too. For real.
Yeah, it does. It can't come close. But yeah, so that was a good question you asked. So there is Okay, let me answer this one question before I pull up the
No,
book
no
of
problem.
Ezekiel.
No, it's your show. I'm here with
Who
you.
are the black-headed people that are talked about by the Anunnaki? So the black-headed people, which are mentioned many times in the Sumerian tablets, the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, are the black people that lived in all throughout where the extended version of Africa before Africa was given the artificial line to make it the shape it is right now. It extended way out to what we now call the Middle East. At that time, it was called Mesopotamia, right, in ancient times. And so those were the people that were there and living amongst these Atlantean people at the same exact time. Not according to Billy Carson. I gotta always say that.
Great.
Not according to Billy Carson. According to the people that lived in that time, they left behind millions of stones talking and writing about these people that were there with them. They call them the Anunnaki. In the Bible, they're called the Anak. Right? Okay. So there's many different names for these beings, which we're going to talk about tonight too. But they say they lived there, and these were black people that were inhabiting and living throughout this region.
Wow.
According to these ancient tablets. Again, not according to Billy Carson. I'm not one of these people that like to just, hey man, this is what happened. Right? No. Everyone can go look all of this stuff up.
Okay.
Because you can go to the UCLA online CDLI Cuneiform Library, and you can actually grab the stones off the virtual shelf and drop them into a virtual translator and read everything for yourself.
Meaning documentation beat conversation.
Exactly. Boom. Yeah. Exactly. So I'm going to open up my email because I sent myself a link earlier. I just meant to do this before I got to this point, but I'm going to pull this up right now, and we're going to pull up this email that I sent to myself real quick on the book of Ezekiel. I'm going to read a couple of these verses to you here. So I'm in Ezekiel, right? And this is pretty interesting because in Ezekiel, we're talking about a person that witnesses something, in the sky. Not only does he witness something in the sky, he begins to describe it. He describes it with fervor. In other words, he's grabbing for words and he's trying to put this together.
Because you don't know what he's looking at. There's no name for what he's seeing.
Right.
He just got to come up with something.
Exactly. So it says, look, Ezekiel 1:5. And in the fire was what looked like 4 living creatures. In their appearance, their form was as human. He's talking about humanoids.
Humanoids, got feature characteristics. Right. Okay.
In the fire. Now, this fire was flying in the sky.
Right.
Okay, now do you see fire flying in the sky when you go outside?
Nope.
Fireflies, maybe they ain't got no people inside.
So that had to been. Now, would that have been old technology for them, but new for us? They probably using some, like nothing has been invented new, right? So we're just behind.
We're behind. We're talking about beings that were probably a few 100,000 to maybe almost 1 million years ahead of us, depending on which ones you're talking about visit Earth. So technologies like they could have some type of engine that glows red when it moves. Right? And through the windows, Ezekiel standing on the ground looking up, windows are big enough or they're low enough that he could see people inside.
So I'm going to play pastor.
Yeah.
I read this, you guys, the congregation. And I'm going to say, and God said the fire was looked like the living creatures in the parent, therefore, and somebody came up and asked me. I said, those are just angels. Don't worry about it. That was God's chariot, With that then cover them to not know what's going on.
Yeah, that would block them from even thinking about it. But the more you read this, the more you start asking questions. He says, under their wings, on their 4 sides, they had human hands. All 4 of them had faces and wings. So now he's trying to describe the vehicle itself in a way, right? But each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. This is pretty interesting. This description, now you got to remember, in this time frame, you're talking about the terminology and the words that we have today didn't even exist yet.
Right.
He's doing the best he can to extrapolate what he saw.
Right.
And he's completely amazed by this. He says in Ezekiel 1:9, and the wings of one touched the wings of another. Each one went straight ahead. They did not turn as they moved. And he said their legs were straight. Their feet were like those of a calf and gleamed like burnished bronze. He's talking about like landing gear and stuff now.
Okay.
Something underneath this vehicle that had these wings that was flying to and fro, that had moving parts of some time that glowed red as it was moving, which probably was some type of exhaust, right? But at the same time, it had legs underneath.
Because you would think when we talk about UFO landings, it's going to be the foot is going to be kind of a shape. So for them seeing the prongs, it
Yeah.
looks like, from up above. Yeah.
From up above, right.
Yeah.
It comes, obviously, they were getting ready to land this thing,
Yeah.
which they ended up landing. He said it looks like burnished bronze. He didn't say it looked like a bird's foot or burnished bronze. He's talking about some kind of metal. It looked metallic to him. Such were their faces that they had two wings spreading out upward, each wing touching that of the creature on the other side, and each had two other wings covering its body. Their faces looked like this. Each of their four had the face of a human being, and on the right side of the face, a lion, and on the left side, the face of an ox. We're talking about emblems and logos.
Okay.
We're talking about the fact that when you look through the vessel, or maybe through a helmet even, you could see a face of a person. But on one side, it had the face of an ox, maybe, and on the other side, the face of an eagle. Just like, we put patches on our chest in the military
branding,
and space.
Insignias and all that.
Insignias and all that kind of stuff. This is branding.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I'm not saying it is branding for sure. What I'm telling you in my opinion.
And they're found reminiscent of, what was that? Was it Rendlesham Forest or Roswell, where they found metal with insignia? So it's not uncommon. It's not been done. Yeah.
It's been found in a few places.
Yeah.
There's actual artifacts. I have a copy of the El Bal artifact upstairs, an actual replica of it from the.
I'm gonna go up there and check it out.
Yeah.
I'm going to go right through the castle in the elevator, of course.
Of course, we have an
The
elevator.
stairwell is a little too much. Yes, he does have an elevator. Spare no expense, like Jurassic Park. Everything around here, spare no expense. I'm not lying.
And so, the El Bal artifact, it has alien in there with. Looks kind of like what this is, but he has on one side, he has got this eagle.
Okay.
And he's got the Pleiades also as the emblem, the Pleiades star system,
Been out there traveling,
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. So as you start to compare this stuff to ancient artifacts, you start to go, wow, what the hell is going on? Then he says, Ezekiel 1:19, when the living creatures move, the wheels beside them move. Wheels. And this guy knows what a wheel is.
Okay.
This guy is a super intelligent person.
So would the wheels be more gear shafts or something? So we remember they had that alien with the thing.
Yeah. Could be something that has to do with landing. I mean, like when you land a plane, sometimes you got wheels that come down in the landing gear.
Okay.
It could be that, or it could be something else that looks like a wheel that's moving. Well, whatever it is, it's technology.
And it was circular because he's making the description. Yeah.
Yeah, and wheels and spinning wheels. So a wheel is no matter how basic you think a wheel is, it's technology. A wheel is one of the first greatest pieces of technology to ever exist in our current, uprun again to our high level of civilization. This is not the first time we've been here.
Gotcha.
And so we rediscovered the wheel, and the wheel, when we rediscovered it in recorded history, is one of the greatest inventions of all time. So then he says Ezekiel 1:20. Whenever the spirit would go, they would go. When the wheels would rise along with them, because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels.
There you go. Okay. All right. But this is so profound, though.
Yeah.
Why is it not believable to a point that we're talking about something off-world?
Because the dogma of religion tells you that this is all made from him, he, God, the man, the flying wizard, with a magic wand that looks like a man with a white robe on and a big white gray beard, and him, won't he do it? He's the one, and no, it's not that at all. And what's interesting about this story, as we go through it, you'll see that this thing lands and puts him inside of it.
What?
Yeah. So
first-hand account.
Our first-hand account. This is one of the first alien abductions in recorded history, right? And so he says each one went straight ahead. Whenever the spirit would go, they would go, without turning as they went. When the creatures moved, I heard the sound of their wings, like the roar of rushing waters, like the voice of the Almighty, like tumult of an army. When they stood still, they lowered their wings. The creatures sped back and forth like flash. That's exactly what you hear in these UFO MUFON reports, don't you?
Yep.
Right? We even have stuff like that on video.
And why, once again, we're not going to have UFOs being sitting ducks for us to shoot them down with our F-16s or F-22.
We can't catch them.
Can't catch them. Can't even.
So that's the same description as what we see right now in modern times.
Yeah.
As they moved, they would go in any of the four directions the creature faced. The wheels did not change direction as the creatures went. We're talking about something that's moving and changing direction, just like
almost like the five, things that they talk about, observable.
Yes.
Transmedium technology and all, and it's just now into a whole new. Our future words right there.
Yeah, our future words. This is the ancient version of our future words.
Yeah.
He's describing what it says in the UFO report from the government.
Yep.
Literally. Okay, we go. Like the appearance of a rainbow in the clouds on a rainy day, so was the radiance around him. This was the appearance of the likeness of glory of the Lord. When I saw, I fell face down, and I heard the voice of one speaking. So now these things then came down, and somebody then came out of this thing
And said something to
and
him.
talked to him. Right?
Where's McDonald's? That's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's how it got started.
So he said, then there came a voice from above the vault over their heads as they stood with lowered wings. And he says, their rims were high and awesome, and all four rims were full of eyes around. He knows what rims are. They had rims. They understood what a rim was back then. So he's talking about the bolts and things that hold the wheel onto this vessel.
Yeah. So he saw it. Yeah.
He saw the bolts that hold it on.
Now, could stuff like that, let's say we're looking at today's inventor, right? And, you know, somebody who invented the wheel, or because of all this new technology, and we know nothing's new.
Yeah.
But could stuff like this begin the process of where we're now having new technology, new things? Because not only they've seen it, now we have to deal with it with somebody reborn or came back, and now they have this knowledge unknown build in our future from the past.
Well, this kind of interaction with an advanced civilization, with a less advanced civilization, this kind of interaction that's being described here, it alters the future reality of where we go.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Because now it's influencing technologies that didn't even exist and might not have existed for thousands of more years.
Yes.
But now because of this interaction, they violated probably a prime directive like they were doing Star Trek, right? There's a prime directive here where they violated that and came down and showed the tech, interacted with this civilization and changed everything.
Which is probably why we don't get contact and interference with them today.
Right.
They might have some policy out there that does not alter the civilization.
What you said was in this. So this is the Book of Enoch, right? The Book of Enoch. And in the Book of Enoch, they actually, another prime directive violation, they came down and taught human beings how to make weapons in the Book of Enoch.
If you're inspired to advance your career, we invite you to learn online at Purdue University Global. Earn an associate's degree, RN to BSN degree, master's degree, doctoral degree, or postgraduate certificate. All offer the online flexibility you need for a healthy work-life balance with one-on-one support before and after graduation. Purdue Global has ways to help you earn your degree faster, too.
That was a problem.
That was a big problem. A big problem. Advanced weapons that we didn't have yet.
Big problem.
Right? Not like AK-47s, but weaponry that for their time and the era that they could create, but they didn't even have the concept of that kind of weaponry yet and how to utilize it, right? Like how to make the right type of swords with this type of steel to use and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so, man, it took
and arrows and the precision of being able to flight, make that thing fly and hit something.
He took them to the next level. Well, not he, but it was a group of these beings that came from heaven to earth in the Book of Enoch, engaged mankind and taught them how to make weapons and go to war. And that totally changed our trajectory, like overnight. You see?
We're already barbaric anyway.
Exactly. You know, they just enhanced it. So now, here we go. So speaking out above the heads of the living creatures was one, something like a vault, sparkling like crystal and awesome. Above the vault over their heads was what looked like a throne of lapis lazuli, and high above on the throne was a figure like that of a man. Underneath their vault of wings were stretched out toward the other, and each had two wings covering its body. I saw that from what happened to its waist up, he looked like glowing metal, as if full of fire, and that from there down he looked like fire, and brilliant light surrounded him. I looked and saw a windstorm coming out of the north, an immense cloud flashing lightning, and surrounded by brilliant light. The center of the fire looked like glowing metal.
I mean, how can they deny this?
This is a UFO, man.
How did they deny it?
This is UFO. In my 13th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day, this is how specific this guy's being. This is specific. While I was among the exiles of Kibar River, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. This is him. He's seeing God, right?
Okay.
On the 5th of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoshaphat.
So now he done been seen more than he's seen them now.
Yeah, and I can keep going on, but the long story short, if I keep going on this, you'll find out that Ezekiel was taken into this ship.
Yeah.
He dropped to his face, right? You can go read the whole book yourself. I ain't gonna read the whole book, but he dropped to his face. The being said, "No, get up.
I'm not your God.
I'm not God.
Yeah.
But we need to take you to meet our homeboy. We got to take you meet somebody right quick. He got a word for you." So they took him to their leader. And this guy, who also wasn't God, told Ezekiel he had to go to this other town and take them this
obviously, back then, they made us almost as equal.
Right.
Equal spirits, maybe, or regardless.
These particular ones did.
Yeah, don't worship.
Yeah, these particular ones, they didn't claim to be God. They were like, look, we got to take you to somebody important. Took him in this thing, took him up into the sky, took him to meet this other guy. Then after he met with this other guy, told him what he wanted him to say, made him eat this note and swallow it. It was bitter in his stomach, made him sick right to his stomach. And told him to take this information, but like destroy the evidence of what I gave you to remember. Memorize it and then eat it.
Eat it, get rid of it.
Right? And then when he ate it, he got sick, but he memorized what he had to say. This is some crazy stuff. Then they take him back in his ship again and take him to the location, which was like a 5 days or 6 days journey, and drop him off over there so he could deliver the message. This is an alien abduction, in my opinion, and recorded in biblical text. The book of Ezekiel, you got to read it because there's no other conclusion. Once this guy is taken into this vessel that he described greatly, and then he's inside of it, now moving around in it, there's no more question or doubt what it is.
Time to trust the witnesses anyway, even today, what's going on.
Right.
So with this being so profound and described, you know, why is it still not an important piece of history for the masses?
Well, the dogmas kept it down. It's in that book. It's in that book that the majority of the planet goes by for their what they think is spirituality, but what it really is religious dogma. Religion and spirituality are two separate things. People keep trying to combine spirituality with religion. They're totally opposite things. They're not even close. They're not even in the same vicinity. And so in their brain, they think that they're going after spirituality, but in true fact, they're following dogma. There's no difference between the dogma in the biblical text and of any, Caesar or, the guy that ruled over Germany back in the day and had them wars. I can't say his name on the YouTube account. You already know what that means, right? These people were also putting out dogma, and people fell head over heels for that dogma, right? World War I, World War II, Vietnam was dogma, right? They lied about the Gulf of Tonkin incident to initiate the Vietnamese War, the war against Vietnam, which killed so many people for no reason whatsoever other than making money 20 years at the expense of, millions of lives. I mean, we just keep going on. It's all dogma, and the dogma is what's blocking people from understanding what's really happening.
See, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things about it is being here with my man. When I want to pick up the phone and it gets complex, I can get the answers right here. But as you all know, you get it every time from being part of the workshops and everything else. And I've said it a million times, and especially subconsciously, learning, seeing, and most people will listen to what you teach and not understand that some of these principles, if not all of them, work. If it can work for you, if they want to apply it, and I've told the story many times when I got here the first time, and I was like, and I'm proud of what you do, definitely, and the lives that you touch. And I think, a lot of people don't understand that it takes a lot because literally you could be perceived as going against the church.
Right.
And we know the history of that stuff, right? And so I'm just excited not only as I'm going on my new journey and learning, but also bringing more people to this thing. And, what do we take them? Where would the beginners start?
Right. I think the beginners need to start with just getting a hold of some basic text. The compendium of the Emerald Tablet. It's a #1 bestseller in 5 countries for 4 years.
Yeah.
It's #1 in America right now, again and still. And the reason why it says, see underneath here, what it say right there? Read that. What that say right there?
A beginner's guide.
A beginner's guide. That's going to get you started. The next thing you want to do is you want to read the Enuma Elish and the 7 Tablets of Creation. And you also want to get another book by William Bramley called The Gods of Eden.
Okay.
Between those 3, that will get you in the direction of understanding, whoa, there's a lot more here that I didn't consider. There's a lot more here that's breaking down my belief systems. I need to dig deeper. I need to research. And I'm realizing that what I'm reading here from these books made it into religious text. And now I'm seeing where the original, now I'm getting to the original sources.
So if you, this is just kind of not a detour question, but since we have this book, let's just say we know this is something that you do. We just talked about it. How did the Bible, Christianity, grow immensely and we can't get stuff like this to grow?
You know, it's because the dogma is that powerful. You got to remember, if you look into history and you look at the Papal Inquisitions, so during the Papal Inquisitions, guys, for 700 years, they tortured and killed 80 million people.
Well, that's enough
to bring Christianity around the world.
Now I understand how slavery works. Slavery. Right. First person got off the boat, said, I ain't moving nothing.
Yep.
The second person said, no, don't hit me by
exactly. Do it. Well, you said exactly. So what did they do when they came to bring this Christianity to the world? It wasn't brought by love and good news and good works. It was brought by force. They go to an indigenous region of the planet, and then they get the sage, they get the chief, they get the head person in charge. Bring them to the front, bow down, and this is our religion. You're gonna worship us, and you're gonna worship this, and you're gonna do that. And if he fights back, which of course initially they did, then I'm gonna strap him up, I'm gonna light him on fire in front of everybody, I'm gonna whip him, beat him, torture him for days, and now everyone else is gonna fall in line. And now that first generation, they fall in line, but they remember. But now they know, I've got to teach my kids when they come out, this is what they got to do. By the 3rd generation, it's program locked. The code is set.
So I know we got about 4 minutes left, and then you and Elizabeth's going to come.
We got a little bit more because we're going to go to 9:10.
Okay, well, cool. All right, because I was getting ready to talk about the concept of war, but let's keep it going.
We got a few more minutes. So, I want to show a couple of slides real quick. So, are there UFOs described in the Bible, right? So I've got this slide here. Let's take a look at this. So I said, yes. Keep in mind, the Bible translator far back as the 1600s described what they thought were flying vehicles. They didn't use the words we have today because they didn't exist. And to list all the verses that they were in would be a huge task. So what I did was I gave you a breakdown. There are 70 verses in the Bible that describe clouds as vehicles. 15 verses describing pillars as vehicles. 10 describing dwellings as vehicles, 160 verses on lights and fire as vehicles, and there's 17 verses describing spinning wheels, 22 verses describing dark and shining objects, and 37 verses of various objects in the Bible described as UFOs, and they are not, as they are flying furnaces, burning bushes, eagles' wings, smoke, stars, and objects that the ancient authors used to describe the fleet of the first vehicles of the Elohim. So we're talking about the fact that these people definitely were describing or trying their best to describe UFOs in the Bible.
Wow.
Right? So if you go to Numbers 13:33, these beings, I think that they were these giants.
The Nephilim, okay.
And so, we even saw the Nephilim there, the descendants of Anak, the Anunnaki. So the Anunnaki are the Anak in the Bible.
Okay, all right.
Descendants of the Anak that came from the Nephilim. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own sight, and we must have seemed the same to them. So we know these people were massive.
I wonder if they thought the giant model didn't work, and then they reduced it.
Well, they kept mating with us.
Okay.
So as they, when they first got here, they were genetically tinkering. They realized that the gravity force on Earth was so much less than where they came from. They started having health problems. This is in Sumerian tablets.
Okay.
And so as they began, some of them started taking human wives and genetically embedding their seed into women and all this. And their offspring then were obviously half human, half Anunnaki. That's what they call demigods in Roman and Greek and all that mythology.
They was able to live in our atmosphere.
Right, exactly. So they started working their way into our gene pool, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so I said here, the Bible makes more sense when you realize that it was the Anunnaki engaging mankind, not the creator of the universe. See, in the Bible, people are thinking that it's God talking all the time. And when you start reading the ancient texts that I told you about, you begin to realize that it's not God talking.
Yeah.
It's these other people talking. And that copied over text was put into the Bible, and they called them God. That's a big problem.
That's the problem.
You're talking about because in a person's mind for their whole life, they think that they're reading God's words, the creator of everything that they know in the known universe. And in actuality, it's not God's words.
And that's probably why people have the problem of knowing there's a God in all of them.
Right.
Because they don't see themselves.
Exactly. And they've been programmed to see it as an exterior entity, and they believe in that book that that's the entity. When you go back and see the original translations of the Bible, the word God is mistranslated. It's actually God's with an S. But in the canonized Bible,
again with R, let's make man in our image.
Right.
But nobody want to use the
plural.
English.
They don't want to do it.
Yeah.
And so what happened is they accidentally on purpose forgot the S to give you what? Monotheism. A one God religion. Right? So that's what they did. So right here is some verses from the Bible. Exodus 19:20. Then the angel of the God, then the angel of God, which I perceived as a UFO because they're looking up in the sky. And if you read before this verse, you realize that they're looking up and they see this thing in the sky. It looks like metal, glowing metal. And they call it the angel of God. It's a UFO who have been traveling, which means it's flying, in front of the army of Israel. Excuse me. Withdrew and went behind them. So it's now falling to a strategic position.
Okay. All right.
Okay. The pillar of the cloud, it's helping them fight a war. In the Bible. This is in the Bible.
Another war.
Another war. Another war. The pillar of cloud had a beam descending from, a pillar of a cloud means there's a beam descending. Like in this UFO image, you see that beam? They call that a pillar of cloud.
So what's changed today, though? What's changed? Most people think, why haven't the UFOs stopped wars that's happening now? As though they intervened then for the extraterrestrials.
I think that these beings came here in a time when we had fallen again, technologically, because I believe that human beings had risen before to high levels. They got here in a time when we were in this lower state, technologically and even spiritually. They took advantage of it. In the text, they say that the creator of all will punish them for this, what they've done here. In some way, they felt that they knew they were doing something wrong. And they mentioned it several times that there's a creator of all. In other words, they ain't God.
They ain't God. There's something bigger.
Even though they allowed people to worship them as God, they masqueraded as gods. And so it's interesting that they knew that there was something bigger, bigger than them, but they weren't in it. And they had taken advantage of the situation. And I believe that at some point after the last Pyramid War, there was a decision made that we were not to interact with them. We're going to keep a watch on them. I think they're watching us, but I don't think there's any interaction. They may be watching to see how far we're going to go and how fast we're going to continue to develop. We're like an abandoned seed colony.
It's almost like they don't want us off the planet. You know, it's like they need to stay on Earth. Yeah. And we trying to get off the planet.
So it's pretty interesting, right? So you have that pillar of cloud, which is like a beam descending from a UFO. My personal opinion, right? My own hypothesis. And then also moved from in front and stood behind them, coming between the armies of Egypt and Israel. So this thing is separating the two armies. Throughout the night, the cloud brought darkness on one side and light to the other side. So neither went to the other night all along. So what it's saying is here, it divided the two armies, and it blocked one army from being able to see the other army. So they couldn't go and interact and fight that night. It kept them separated, right? Exodus 33:9, Living Translation. As he went into the tent, he's talking about Moses now, the pillar of cloud would come down and hover at its entrance while the Lord, which I think is an alien being, spoke with Moses and gave him like military instructions, if you read this whole thing. These are my own interpretations. And so the more you read this over and over and over again and bring it into the modern idiom, you begin to realize we might be talking about something technological. We might be talking about beings that are not really God, that are interacting with us in some kind of way to, prevent or work this war for whatever agenda, who knows. And it's pretty interesting.
So, but then if you think about the average person now beginning to make these discoveries, I think it'd be just too much. But it makes sense to why Christianity and all these are covering these stories.
Yeah.
Could someone have said, wait a minute, we're going to have to create a whole new story because they can't handle the truth?
Right.
Is that possible?
It's possible. It's so possible. Trust me. It's really possible.
And I got another question. And you can give me a little clarity. You know, I've been doing my studying and just trying to. Most people think about the old slave song. Remember the swing low,
swing low, sweet cherry. That's a UFO.
It's a UFO story.
Yeah.
See, I asked someone else who said they was into it a lot. No, that was code words from slave. I'm like, that was a hell of a code for the back channels when they was doing the Harriet Tubman. So, swing low, sweet chariot, come and take me home. So that's what they would have called a UFO, would have been a chariot.
Yeah.
They're out in the field and they're like, swing low and get us out of here.
Take us out of here.
Take us out of here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then coming across the Jordan, what did I see? The angels coming.
Right. Okay. Exactly. Yeah.
I just want to,
verify that. In the channel material, the Law of One, Ra states he's positive, polarized being, but hearing the history from you sounds like he's lying. You know, I have that Law of One. I have the whole series of Law of One upstairs in my library.
I'm going to go to the library right upstairs.
I've read it. I've gone through all of them. Channeled information is pretty interesting, you know. Now, I'm a person that likes to try to find good facts that I can piece together to come up with a hypothesis. I'm not a person that wants to say I channeled all my information. I don't particularly. That's not my thing. That's not my lane.
Okay.
I stay in my own lane, but I do read that kind of information.
It's a big lane.
It's a big lane, but I know a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But I try to base anything that I do talk about on at least some type of basis, some kind of foundation, so I'm not just going off the top of my head. And channelers are pretty interesting people, and I do research and study their work, although it's just not my lane. I have nothing good or bad to say about them. It's just not my lane, so I don't get involved, you know, with what they do. But I research and study everything. As you can see, I'm not religious, but I know the Bible better than the pastor.
Right.
So, you know, I can go toe to toe with any pastor. I can go verse for verse throughout the entire Bible. I bet they have never read the book of Deuteronomy.
Oh my God, it's probably not.
You know.
What about? I just want to share a little bit. I mean, you talked about Project Black, right? And my whole notion of that is Project Black, as most don't know, is an acronym for the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge. And it's not trying to exclude anyone. I just feel that over researching, being a UFO investigator, not only we've had disproportionately representation and stories, and the goal is to start the conversation. I'm just trying to start it on a basic level, you know. And one of the things I discovered, Billy, was trying to find some UFO history for a book I was working on.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the freak? And there's no... And that's when I started going back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And at that moment, the only local reporting agencies would have been a local sheriff.
Yeah.
So what black person would have went to the sheriff department in those times where you got the KKK, all and said, by the way, I know you would lock me up for anything.
I know.
I did see a UFO. And then we had alien abductions, probably could have been noted and wasn't noted. So, and the only reason I'm saying this is that I feel that it's time to start gathering up the people.
Yeah.
Right? The wanderers, I call them. And find a way to start the conversation. That's why I'm bringing it down to the basics and just the stuff that we talked about tonight, where anybody else can go talk to them. And then bring them into the vortex of forbidden knowledge.
Right.
Where you now elevate them. And I think it's gonna be a good movement to do, and just pretty much. And I know you'll support what I'm doing. Where do I begin? I mean, we talking about the wonder. Where should I begin?
Well, I think you're already on the right track with what you're doing. You're doing a phenomenal job with your podcast, with your talks, your TV shows. You're showing the world that you can have the courage to talk about these topics.
Yeah.
Whereas as minorities, right, it's been shunned.
Yes, it's taboo almost.
It's taboo. You're crazy. You can't talk about it. People comment underneath some of my posts on social media. Black people don't talk about UFOs.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the mindset. And we have to break that, which is what you're doing. And I'm really impressed and proud of your work because you are a leading force in helping to break that mindset, especially with this new concept of a show that you're working on. And it's going to bring to the forefront a lot of people that are, as you call, wanderers, that need to get this off their chest. They need to talk about what's happened to them, what they saw, what they felt, what interactions they had, and let people know it's okay to talk about this.
That's the whole thing. I just want them to start the conversation, let them know it's okay, and then just give them enough information that they can read, something they can see, to awaken their possibilities to curiosity of what we're doing, or curiosity to the possibilities, and then, bam, we hit them. Because by the time they get where you at and they get hit bricks, you know, we want them to get back up, you know, and stuff like that. And I know we're going to go, but I want to share with people how we met.
Yes. Okay.
Our story. I was on Clubhouse, and I'll never forget, I was part of their Creators First program.
Yeah.
And true story, I'm calling around. I'm trying to get people on my show at the time, you know, and they gave me $1,000 budget, and I'm calling people saying, hey, whatever, and I end up getting your number. He answered the phone, right? What's up? I said, Billy Carson? Yeah, what's up? So I'm Roderick Martin. There was a pause, like, I don't know you, but, yo, go ahead. So I began to explain to you the story. I told you what I was up against, that being African-American, I'm standing by myself, it's pretty hard. And then you was like, I got you. And then I said, well, I got $1,000 budget, and I'm thinking, you know, I'm going to give him the bread, and this should be an incentive. Same laugh that he's doing right now. It's like, so I'm like, damn, my money on me. He's like, man, I don't want your money. You know, $1,000, you better keep it and do something. Feed the homeless or whatever with it. You know, I'm like, yeah, it's like $1,000. To me, I'm like, I'm going to give you the budget.
Right.
And he was like, no, man, I got you. And ever since that day, you know, we formed our relationship and forged it, and forged a smaller circle that got stronger, even for me.
Oh, yeah.
And oftentimes, and I know sometimes we just have normal conversations, and most people will think that, you know, you just talking to everybody all day long, but it's not like that. You know, like today, we just sitting out here, you barbecuing some good burgers, whatever kind of big old fat. The burgers are like that tall, y'all. And I'm like, what is that? And then, I mean, and he cooked them right. Yeah, they wasn't burnt it. Or one
was charged.
One was really
I
crispy.
like them like that.
That was yours.
That's mine.
I asked Justin, I said, and James, I said, who is that one
That's
for?
mine.
Because it looked like it was made to order. So anyway, you cook these big old burgers. So we had some hamburger and just sitting at the grill, just talking, watching a little game, you know, and everything else, and watching Liz and everybody in just a form of just natural. In living a life that you live in a big life, but just ordinary good people. So I just want to thank you for being that you're not way up here.
Thank you.
Now, he ain't aiming for no bull. I'll let you know that. But at the same time, I just want to appreciate it, and I want to say that. No, look, my hug, man. There we go. All right.
Thank you, brother. Hey, he's now on the management team, so we're managing Roderick Martin right now. So we are his manager. Forbidden Knowledge is his manager. And so if you look in the book, Roderick Martin, for anything, you need to contact business at forbiddenknowledge.com.
Forbidden Knowledge. There we go.
And we'll get you set up with Roderick. And Roderick, tell everyone where they can find you.
Hey, you can find me right now in Florida in Boca Raton. And right here, GPS coordinates 101020 6856. But like a UFO, I will be gone in days. But if you need to find me, hope that those coordinates work. But anyway, go to Instagram, and that is going to be Real Roderick Martin. That's going to be on Instagram. Find me on YouTube. Love for y'all to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and that's Roderick Martin at Why the Big Secret. It's all in the same. So between those two, but YouTube is what I'm really trying to hope. I'm about 700-800 people from 12,000 subscribers, so maybe y'all can help me get there, and we can do that in pretty much. So.
That'd be great. And Real.
Real Roderick Martin. And that's the Instagram. So I have an Instagram. Got a couple of followers there, not as many, you know, but we're going to build all of that, But just either way, it's a pleasure being here, guys. And again, being my manager, you know, and it makes the future different. Because I know you all, you know, it's going to, you know, keep me fed. Although I am doing a weight loss, so even though he's going to keep me fed, but I am. Transformation. Forgot. We're doing not the word loss, and then my body's trying to find it. Conscious is trying to find it. We're doing a transformation. We're going to release the weight, and I'm going to get some swag back and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to, because I got my feelings hurt. I don't know if they want to hear that.
We only got a couple minutes.
Okay, then I'm going to cut the story.
But listen, we have a new show coming out on Forbidden Knowledge.
Yep.
Roderick Martin and my sister, Maria Carson. Maria is a 4-time world champion bodybuilder and a nutritionist and a dietitian, and she's going to help Roderick through his transformation. It's going to be an amazing series. You're going to see this man transform back into an Adonis.
And Charles just said happy birthday to Roderick tomorrow. Thank you. My birthday is tomorrow.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Yeah. And
so make sure you follow Roderick Martin. Guys, I'm going to talk about the Conscious Awards before you get out of here.
Let's do it.
Vote for Roderick Martin.
Yes, you can go vote for RoderickMartin.com in the podcast section. Definitely give me your vote, your support, because I want to win. I want to win. I want to represent you and everything else, whatever, but I want to be there. So vote for RoderickMartin.com. Or Roderick, I'm sorry. Leave off the Martin. I'm sorry. That was my bad. It's not your fault. But yeah, so it's actually voteforroderick.com. I'm sorry. My bad.
Let me redo it.
Yeah, we're going to redo it. Just click the link. Then you're just going to go there. It's going to be the same original page as you would vote for anyone else.
Yeah.
Then just put Roderick Martin, and there you go. Vote for Roderick.
All right, great.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for being here.
Appreciate it.
Little healthy stuff.
Yeah, it's time to get healthy now.
Yes.
All right, guys, I'm going to play this commercial for the Forbidden Conscious Awards. I want to see you there. We're not going anywhere yet. Yeah. I'm still going to be here, but just watch this quick commercial for the Conscious Awards, and I'll be back on here real quick, just a few minutes, with Chris Spencer. Hey, everybody, it's Billy Carson, also known as Forbidden Knowledge. I want to talk to you about a very special event coming up July 30th, 2023, the Forbidden Conscious Awards, the first annual event of its type. We're going to honor people who have been contributing to the conscious community for decades. People that you know and love that have helped you get to higher levels of thought and consciousness and awareness. And guess what? It's time to give them their flowers while they're still alive. It's going to be a live, in-person event, but seats are going to sell out very fast. You want to make sure you're there in person for this amazing level event. It's going to be above the Oscars, above the Grammys. And guess what? You can help both. Your keynote speaker that night at the Forbidden Conscious Awards. If you want to come to a mini conference, this is the place that night, as well as performances. We have celebrity guests performing. We'll have a halftime show where we're actually going to perform music for you. And don't forget about the pre-event mixer, where if you buy a box seat, you'll be in the VIP section, and you also have private access to a VIP mixer with celebrity guests. Shake hands, break bread, network, and then walk the red carpet with us and take amazing photos. It's going to be a night to remember. You don't want to forget this. And you help vote by going to ForbiddenKnowledge.com. Go to the Conscious Awards link. You can text in a vote for who you want for any category, as well as if you're out of the country, you can use the web form ballot to still vote for anyone you think is worthy of being honored that night. Because they're selling out very fast. I want to see you there. Forbidden Conscious Awards 2023. Wow, wow, wow. That's powerful stuff. So incredible, incredible, incredible. And we now have Elizabeth here.
Hello, everybody.
She popped in. Thank you for coming over.
Yes. What's going on, everybody?
We're going to have Elizabeth talk and with us, and we're going to have Chris Spencer on here very shortly, a very good friend and connection of hers. She was able to talk to Chris Spencer about the Forbidden Conscious Awards and introduce him to me, and he loved the concept and the idea and agreed to be the host.
Yeah, it's really crazy, too, because, I mean, he's hosted huge award shows before.
Yeah.
So to have him over at the Conscious Awards will be just amazing.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. He writes for all the big award shows and everything. So,
yeah.
I mean, he...
Emmys, Grammys, MTV Awards, BET Awards. I mean, you name it. This guy's been involved in all of these.
Yeah. He's a really talented entertainer. I mean, I knew him way back in the day when I was, I think, like 19 years old, pretending to be grown and going to these clubs and these comedy places. And he was always there and hilarious. and very respectful. He was always very, very respectful, very just a good guy. So really, really great to have him. And yeah, he's supposed to be hopping on here any second now. So yes.
It's going to be interesting. So great time. So we had a good talk tonight. We had Roderick Martin on talking about are there UFOs in the Bible. I hope you guys got something out of what we talked about. It was a lot of information. I'm going to be coming soon. I'll be talking about the Book of Enoch, and I'll be talking about Enoch in depth, who he was, what was he about, his accomplishments, and also I'll be talking about the fact that he was, according to this text, taken up in a ship that left the planet, which is also documented in the modern day Bible. All right, so he was taken up from Earth and taken into space, away from the Earth, on a planned, ordained day that he had set when he was going on this trip in this vessel that took him up into space. Pretty interesting stuff. So we're going to talk deep. I'm going to talk very soon about the Book of Enoch and break it all down, the interactions between these beings and human beings and everything else that it talks about. And it's going to be a powerful talk. So look for that one coming very soon. Right now, we're going to bring Mr. Chris Spencer on the screen here. Join us here tonight on this Forbidden Knowledge podcast.
Forbidden Knowledge! Yeah! Take 5.
What's up, Chris? How you doing?
What's happening?
I'm sorry y'all seeing my kitchen in the background. Hold on, let me make...
It's okay, man. It's all right. We all got kitchen.
It's early, so the roaches...
Hey, I grew up in a house where I know exactly what you're talking about.
What?
Listen, man.
We all did.
When I grew up, if you turn the lights on in the middle of the night, you don't have to walk to the kitchen. They're going to give you a little ride on their backs right to the kitchen.
Exactly. I remember one time, I was living in Inglewood. Yeah, and then I closed the back door, and one of them came out and said, "Yo, why you messing with the draft?" I was like,
yeah.
What up, y'all?
Oh, so good. How you been?
I'm superb.
Nice.
That's good. I saw you. You were at, or you hosted something last night that was big or something.
Yeah, you know I be doing stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, I know. Just a little something here and there.
So Uptown Magazine has their annual event, an award show where they honor people in industry, and this year's theme was comedy. Last year was Black Love. So it was me and my wife and 4 other couples. This year was comedy. And so they honored Guy Torrey, who created Fat Tuesdays, which went on to do amazing things on Amazon. And it was first, of course, a comedy show that was at the Comedy Store on Tuesdays in the early 2000s and 90s. Then they honored Cedric the Entertainer for obvious reasons. Kim Whitley and Dion Cole. So it was an amazing night. Take it back there, please. It was star-studded. God, I wish I could show you pictures so you could see my suit. But hold on, let me see if I can find the suit.
I see you got a fresh cut right now.
It's so easy. You know what I mean? It's like I can do it by myself. I can do it with a hot night. The fact, let me see. There's a picture with.
You got it?
A couple of us that got an award. I got, the awards I gave out. I hope you guys can see it clear. Maybe not. That's.
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah,
okay, hold on. So you see Cedric, Kim, Guy, and Dion Cole.
Yeah.
That's better. Wait, where's the camera?
There you go, right there.
Okay,
oh, yeah, that's a clean suit. That's a clean suit.
There's that suit.
That's clean. That's super clean.
Yes,
great double-breasted. Cedric, well, what Guy had on this dope pinstripe number, it was great. And then Cedric had on this, purple. Cedric has always been a great dresser.
Yeah.
He's from St. Louis, So he's probably raised by, his uncles, and there was probably some pimps. So everybody in the neighborhood is fly. The haberdasheries is fly.
Right.
So Cedric looked great. Anthony Anderson was there. It was, Lil Rel.
Wow.
It was a great gathering of comedians. So we all support each other. You know what I mean?
Nice.
That's what's great about our comedy fraternity.
Yeah, that's
good, man. Because a lot of industries they don't do that. It's all about competition. So it's good that you guys have a group of
we secretly be competing.
Yeah. But in a cool, friendly, family type way.
I gotta get my done 3 specials and I still haven't done one.
Yeah,
Right.
Does that sound
exactly.
like me talking possibly?
So look, we're really excited about you coming down here. I mean, you're definitely the man for the job for the the Forbidden Conscious Awards, the first annual. We're really excited today because we got a sample of the actual trophy today, which we can't show yet, obviously, but we got a sample of the trophy today. It's 10 inches tall, it's 9 inches wide, and it's a gigantic solid crystal pyramid with engraving on it, and it is just
fire.
It's immaculate. It's one of the nicest trophies I've ever seen. Yeah.
Sounds expensive.
It is expensive. Each one of it weighs about 10 pounds, and what we got to do is we've got to order them far enough in advance that in case any of them show up, because we have to have at least 12 of these things, in case anyone shows up broken or damaged anyway, or there's an error, we've got to be able to, replace it. So we have to order them far in advance to make sure we got it right.
Gotcha.
These trophies are incredible. So guys, if you're listening out there in the chat right now, I'm going to drop the link right here in the chat. Go to this link in the chat and go and vote for your favorite conscious person in many different categories. I'll play the commercial again in a second. But you need to vote by text message if you're in the U.S. If you're in a foreign country, you can vote by web form ballot. You can vote for as many people as you want in many different categories. We're going to count all these nominees, and then the top 3 nominees in each category will then be selected and as being officially nominated for this amazing event. And then we'll have a second vote where you guys will help vote for the winner. We're going to make a special webpage with all their information on it. Every single nominee, official nominees. You'll be able to research them, dig into their information, and make the decision whether or not you think they're worthy of the #1 spot and to win this award. And so you're going to want to do that. So, but it starts with you first voting for somebody now. We got to vote now. And also, don't forget to get your ticket to come to the award. The tickets are on the same link. We want to see you there in person. Chris Spencer hosting, Elizabeth presenting, and bringing out the trophies. What's your position called when you bring out that trophy?
I'm just beside the person.
But you're gonna walk out there with that big trophy. What they call that something?
I hope I don't fall.
It's called a trophy girl, but I think she's more.
Okay, the trophy girl.
Yeah, she's more than that. But yeah, she's gonna come out in that fly dress and bring that thing across the stage. But it's gonna be an amazing night. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be dynamic. And by the way, Chris, we're giving away an Audi A4 for Forbidden Knowledge at the event live.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Can I win? Am I allowed to win? No, I'm not.
No. Nobody affiliated with Forbidden Knowledge or the company or whatever.
Okay, I had to ask.
Okay.
I got a dog just turned 16. I mean,
Right. And the only way you can win the car is it's based on your ticket, but you must be at the event in attendance.
Yeah. Right.
So we will call the number or your ticket number live at the event, and the car will be in Miami at the venue with a big bow on top. It's gonna be amazing.
That's dope.
Yes, I can't wait. It's gonna be an amazing night. It's like these award shows are amazing already, right? The ones that are already out there, but it's gonna be really, really amazing to see just the people that are out in the community really trying to make a difference in the world. Not saying that the other award show people aren't doing that, but to specifically hone in on people that don't really get the recognition ever.
Right.
That, just to be able to honor them and really just put their name out there a little bit more. I mean, these people are in the community working hard to make the world a better place.
Right.
And that's important. That's an important thing.
Yeah. A lot of lives have been impacted.
Yes.
Yeah. What we're going to do real quick, we're going to run the commercial real quick. Let everybody see the Forbidden Conscious Awards commercial. Hey, everybody. It's Billy Carson, also known as Forbidden Knowledge. I want to talk to you about a very special event coming up July 30th, 2023. The Forbidden Conscious Awards, the first annual event of its type. We're going to honor people who have been contributing to the conscious community for decades. People that you know and love that have helped you get to higher levels of thought and consciousness and awareness. And guess what? It's time to give them their flowers while they're still alive. It's going to be a live, in-person event, but seats are going to sell out very fast. You want to make sure you're there in person for this amazing level event. It's going to be above the Oscars, above the Grammys. And guess what? You can help vote for the winners. Voting is available on forbiddenknowledge.com. And the categories are going to be social media influencer, podcast/radio host, TV host, actor, director, producer, entrepreneurs, health and wellness, philanthropists, authors, field researchers, archaeologists, space anomaly hunters, and of course, a Lifetime Achievement Award. And you want to be there in person because I'm going to be speaking. That's right, I'll be your keynote speaker that night at the Forbidden Conscious Awards. If you want to come to a mini conference, this is the place to be because I'm going to give you the knowledge that night as well as performances. We have celebrity guests performing. We'll have a halftime show where we're actually going to perform music for you. And don't forget about the pre-event mixer where if you buy a box seat, you'll be in the VIP section and you also have private access to a VIP mixer with celebrity guests. Shake hands, break bread, network, and then walk the red carpet with us and take amazing photos. It's going to be a night to remember. You don't want to forget this. And you help vote by going to forbiddenknowledge.com, go to the Conscious Awards link. You can text in a vote for who you want for any category, as well as if you're out of the country, you can use the web form ballot to still vote anyone you think is worthy of being honored that night. Make sure you hurry up and get your tickets because they're selling out very fast. I want to see you there. Forbidden Conscious Awards 2023. Okay. What do you think?
Fire!
Incredible. Chris, how did you get to host these different award shows? Like, how did you come into those? Stuff. Yeah, those
Look
jobs.
at me. Look at me. I've actually hosted 2 award shows in the past week.
Wow.
Yeah. I did the Humor Mill Awards, which is another online magazine that acknowledges comedians. And we gave a Lifetime Achievement Award to George Wallace and an Icon Award to Ralph Farquhar, who was the guy who actually created Moesha as well as the Parkers, the Proud Family. He was my head. He was the showrunner on my show, Real Husbands of Hollywood. And Earthquake got an award that night, so that was that night. And people just know I have fun hosting, and you can see it on my face. You know what I mean? So I'm able to come off the cuff quick. I'm very interpersonal. I know how to read copy. And I'm just kind of an old dog in this business, and everybody kind of respects me. Everything our parents have ever taught us to be mannerly and treat others how you want them to treat you. And it's just kind of rubbed off in this industry. And I get hired to do these things.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling Billy that before you jumped on here, that you were very, very respected in the business. That you've always been a very, you know how some people in their entertainment business are a little, but you've always been real solid, you know, just a real solid person. So ever since I've known you at least, and I know just a solid person in the business. Yeah. So like I was
we have another event. I'm hosting another one Sunday. It's a brunch. It's called the Influencers Brunch. It's started by myself, Anthony Anderson, and a guy named Turk Stevens. Started in D.C., where we would have brunch after the BET Honors. And he's like, this could be something bigger. And all of a sudden, we did a big old brunch. And then the next year, we invited L.A. Reid to be our guest. And then the year after that, it was Will Packer and Malcolm Lindell and Kenya Barris, Tiffany Haddish, Charles King, who owns Macros. It's been great. So that's actually a brunch on a conversation. Oh, so sorry. And since it's the 50 years of hip hop, we actually our theme is hip hop. So we're gonna do D Nice and MC Light.
Wow.
That's one panel, and then another one is gonna be Ralph Farquhar again, because not only did he do Moesha, the Parkers, and Proud Family, but he wrote Crush Groove.
Wow, he wrote Crush Groove?
The first movie starring some rappers.
Wow, that's
We're going to honor him, and then also Mona Scott, who's the creator of Love and Hip Hop, and all its iterations. And so, that's going to be our incredible weekend.
Amazing. Wow. Phenomenal. Yeah, this is going to be great.
Yeah.
We definitely have the right man for the job. So everyone listening, make sure you get your tickets and come down to Miami. I'll be speaking that night. I'll be doing an actual presentation, something you don't want to miss. It's going to be so inspirational, so motivational, so intriguing, so deep. I'm going to make you think, but I'm also going to bring you up. I'm going to take you from here to here.
I was about to give you a beat. You was flowing so nice.
What?
Better take you to here, everywhere. Yeah,
I've been on billboards.
You were a cross between Biggie and Jesse Jackson right there.
Jesse Jackson.
Biggie Jackson.
Oh man.
Keep hope alive, bro. Keep hope alive, bro.
Yeah, you guys gotta come on down. It's gonna be a great night. But seriously, in Miami, the Adrian Arts Center, Chris Spencer on stage, Jimmy Church also talking about the actual nominees in depth because he's got a personal relationship with most of the people that are probably going to be nominated. He can talk in depth about what their accomplishments are. Elizabeth on stage, me, and also what we're going to do too. There's a small group of people that helped me when I launched Forbidden Knowledge TV. That helped me by giving free content, just so I can have something on the platform for people to watch. I'm going to honor those people, and also we're going to have a special honor for people that came to our last Egypt trip.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to bring them all up on stage at one time. Whoever's there in person, we'll bring them all up at one time on stage, and we'll honor them as well from our very first Egypt tour that we did with the 70 incredible souls that went with us to Egypt.
You got to come on a tour sometime, Chris.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
How many times have you guys gone?
We did 2 tours already. Well, we went first to do some research for TV Network, but then the second time we took 70 people on a tour. The next tour is coming up October this year. It'll be a 10-day tour throughout the entire of Egypt. We also have our own cruise ship to go down the Nile and stop some incredible stops off the Nile.
We got our own plane this time.
We have our own plane. We got everything. we rocking and rolling, man.
Yeah.
We ain't playing no games. Everything is done with
it.
armed guards, armed security, military, and everything is VIP. When we go to the Great Sphinx and to the Great Pyramid, everybody got to go. All the tourists, y'all got to get out of here. It's forbidden time right now.
That's forbidden.
And we go to the Temple of Dendera, everybody, you gotta go. I'm sorry, get out. Forbidden time. Only the forbidden crew's allowed here. And and so this is how we do it. We go military deep. We go with armed guards, and we get VIP status everywhere we walk throughout the entire place.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Things you can't do anywhere, like walk up to the Sphinx and touch the paw, touch the dream cell in between the Sphinx's paws. Walk around the back of the Sphinx. We even have people climb underneath the Sphinx in the open channel underneath the Sphinx. Nobody can even get close to the Sphinx. The closest you can get, the average person is about 50 yards away on this ramp that they make you walk on to just look at it. You're never going to be able to touch it.
Yeah, they shut down they closed the entry to the Great Pyramid and let us go into the King's Chamber and do a whole meditation up there.
Yeah.
I mean, we was up there for like an hour or
About
two?
an hour or so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool,
We got a lot of forbidden pull in Egypt.
How hot? What, you said October?
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
Like in
It's
October?
about 80.
Yeah, October's like 80, 85. Not too bad.
When does it get crazy? June, July?
Yeah, those are June, July, June through September. You're scorched. I mean, we've been there in 120-degree heat before.
Yeah, it was crazy. It didn't actually feel that bad though because it was so dry.
It's dry heat. You don't even know. You don't even have sweat because the sweat evaporates before it comes on your shirt. So you got to keep sipping a little bit of water at a time to make sure you don't dehydrate, because you won't even know you're being dehydrated. You'll just all of a sudden get dizzy and pass out. So, but yeah, it gets hot, man. It gets hot.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I'll make sure I go in October, November.
Yeah. November, we're taking a tour of people to Cambodia. So we'll take you to Angkor Wat, see that great, incredible temple complex there, then go to Tao Prom and other ancient temples along the way. It's one of the most incredible tours also. Hike up Kuling Mountain to a 90-meter waterfall and swim with the monks. Just an incredible trip.
Who are you?
I've been around.
From roaches to pyramids. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be incredible. Yeah. So you gotta come. You gotta come on one of these trips.
I got to, because I gotta even out my tan. Look. See, this is from golf. Look at this different color in my skin. Look, Morris.
You always play golf.
Look, Boris.
Yeah.
Look, Issa Rae, Lisa Ray.
Lisa Ray. You're crazy. Listen,
Shabadoo, Shabaranky.
I would love to come on one of those golfing trips, though.
Do you play?
I golf with left clubs and right clubs. I'm equally as bad with both, but I give a good effort.
Equally as bad with
Okay.
both.
Yeah, I give a good effort.
You're ambidextrous?
Yeah. Yeah, I can
Really?
bowl left-handed, right hand, shoot the basketball left-handed, right hand, golf left club, right club.
Bat?
Bat, left or right.
Baseball bat?
And pitch. Yeah. Yeah. She's a witness, so.
Ambidextrous.
Can you write with your left and your right?
Yes, I can. Absolutely, yeah. Just the same, yeah.
I can't even turn the doorknob with my left.
I'll even eat. If I'm sitting on the opposite side of her and I don't want to keep bumping her with my left elbow, I'll just eat with my right hand, you know?
But you're predominantly left-handed?
Yeah, I'm predominantly left, yeah.
Like if you pull a jump shot left-handed?
Jump shot right-handed, attack the rim left-handed, just like LeBron James. He's a lefty. LeBron is a lefty, but he shoots righty and attacks left.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if you were to protect yourself and had to throw a punch, which hand would probably go first?
Depending on the way the person's standing, so I can go southpaw or I can go with the right. I can switch up just by changing the position of my feet. It just depends on what I need to do at that moment.
Which one's your power hand?
They're both the same. They're the same level. Now she's seen me hit the bag. She sees me go to the punching bags and switch up. So she's a witness. That bag is going. Now, I'm 6'4", 220. I mean, I'm not a super buff dude, but I got some power behind it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So let me write that down. Don't mess with him.
Let me write that down.
Both hands can knock you out. Perfect. Okay.
I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna put a video on social media in several different sporting activities and hobbies. You know, switching up and let people see it. Make a clip, make a reel out of it or something. I think people will love it. It'd be pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd love to see
Just to get people to challenge themselves because we all can do it. You know, I'll read a book, a physical book. I haven't done it in probably about maybe 6 months though, but I'll read a physical book and listen to an audio book at the same time. 2 different books. And anyone can do this. It's just a matter of applying yourself and focusing on retention of knowledge. And so, you know, now I'm up to I was up to at one point 85%. Now I'm probably down to about 70 again because I haven't done it in about 6 months. But you can retain a lot of information, and people, they doubt themselves that they can do something like that, but everyone can do it.
People need to start using both their hands to do things anyways, because it creates new neural pathways that will lead into smarter behavior all around. Brush your teeth with your opposite hand.
Yes.
Creating neural pathways.
I might cut my gums.
You can start with something as simple as this, you know.
I can do that.
Rubbing your stomach and patting your head, and then, you know, switch your hands. I mean, you know, simple stuff, but it just builds new neural pathways.
I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
But I don't know about listening to a book and reading a book. That's pretty.
No, listen. Check this out. Have you ever did your homework while listening to the radio?
Right.
And have you ever knew the lyrics of the song that you were listening to while you were doing your homework?
Right.
You already did it then. You already did the same thing I'm doing.
But that's a song I know, and the chorus is coming quickly.
Same
but
thing.
I'll give it a shot. I gotta learn how to read first, and then after that.
Read first. Oh man. But yeah, that's how it is, you know. So it's all good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta jump on Jimmy Church's show tonight, so if y'all wanna hop on over to Jimmy Church's YouTube channel, I'm gonna be talking about my new book, The Mother Earth Effects. Chris, you gotta cop it. Cop the new book.
Yes.
Okay, I'll read his and listen to yours.
There you go. You can do that, actually.
Thank you, guys. I look forward to seeing y'all.
Yeah.
Yes.
See you soon, man. Appreciate you, brother. Peace. All right, guys. It's been an amazing night with Roger Martin. Then we brought Elizabeth on. Then we had Chris Spencer.
Yes. Oh, and don't forget that I'm raffling off my car.
Yes.
And someone was asking how much horsepower. How much horsepower?
The horsepower in the C443. Google C43 AMG horsepower. That'll probably give you the answer. I never looked into the horsepower. The car is fast as heck because you have the power to weight ratio. Because of the weight of the car.
Oh, it's quick, speedy.
Yeah, so the power to weight ratio is incredible.
Yeah, and a portion of the proceeds will go to help underprivileged children, CIS Michigan, Communities and Schools Michigan. They help kids with backpacks, tutors, and winter clothes because it's freezing out there right now.
They even get them off the street when they're homeless.
Yes, yes. They
And
do so
only 10% of the money goes to administrative costs. Yes. 90% goes to the kids.
Yeah. They stay with their mentors and their tutors for years. I mean, they'll mentor all the way from middle school all the way to high school and beyond. So, I mean, they're dedicated people that work with this nonprofit.
Check this car out. All right, that's the car right there. That's a Mercedes C43 AMG. It's a full warranty, bumper to bumper by Mercedes-Benz. All right, the car only has 13,000 or just less than 13,000 miles. I mean, imagine a car with 13,000. It's a brand new car. Yeah. It's in super mint condition. It's incredible, and it's just parked in the garage.
I mean, the red leather seats, it's fire, you guys. Super fire. The inside is like, boom. Sound system, it sounds like you're inside of songs.
Yeah, Burmester. The Burmester sound system, it's incredible. So click that link, guys. Get yourself a raffle ticket. You may have a chance to win a Mercedes brand new C43 AMG with the AMG wheels, the AMG exhaust, the AMG engine, and the AMG steering wheel. It's not a fake AMG where it just has the logos. It's the real AMG. And it's warranty in full, bumper to bumper by Mercedes-Benz. It's hard to find something like that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good deal, guys. And it's to help children, and you might get a chance to win it.
That's right.
And it's affordable. It's an affordable vehicle.
That's right. Affordable. Like, in other words, what she means is if you win it, you can actually afford to service it and keep it, especially since it's under warranty. So anything that major breaks with the transmission, or the drivetrain, the engine, blah, 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 that's all repaired at no cost to you because it's fully warranted, right? And then up to, 60,000 miles, I believe. But stuff like a simple oil change or a simple brake job, it's not going to break your bank. It's something that people can actually afford to keep.
Yeah, the insurance isn't so bad either. Like last year, we raffled the Rolls Royce, so insurance on that is what per year?
About $1,000 a month.
Yes, I mean that's not as affordable as as this car here. So yeah, check it out. But anyways, I gotta get on.
We gotta go.
Jimmy Church show.
Yes, we have to do a sound check with Jimmy Church. She'll be on Jimmy Church Radio. On Jimmy Church's YouTube account very shortly. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. We love you. We appreciate you. And
I think using WISE, which is another infrared satellite, to look around galaxies. So could an entire galaxy have been converted into Dyson spheres? Or a significant fraction of the galaxy, which is basically the Kardashev Type 3, right? This is when you've basically mastered the entire galactic pool of resources. And again, out of 100,000 nearby galaxies, there appears to be no compelling examples of what looks like a Dyson galaxy, if you want to call it that.
can't there be pockets of causality, something like that, like where there's like pockets of consistent causality?
You could design it in that way. You could be, if you had a warp drive or a time machine, essentially, you could be, you could be very conscious and careful of the way you use it, so as to not to cause paradoxes or just do it in a local area or something. But the real fundamental problem is you always have the ability to do it. And so in a vast cosmic universe, if time machines are all over the place, there's too much risk of someone doing it, right? Of somebody having the option of essentially breaking the universe with it. So there's a fundamental problem. Hawking has this chronology protection conjecture where he said that essentially this just can't be allowed because it breaks all our laws of physics if time travel is possible.
Current laws of physics, yes.
Correct, yeah. And so we need to rip up relativity. I mean, that's the point, is the current laws of physics. So you'd have to rip up our current law of relativity to make sense of how FTL could live in that universe, because you can't have relativity, FTL, and causality sit nicely and play nicely together.
But we currently don't have quantum mechanics and relativity playing nice together anyway, so it's not like everything is all a nice little fabric.
It's certainly not the full picture. There must be more to go.
Yeah.
But
so it's already ripped up, so might as well rip it up a little more. And in the process, actually try to connect the two things, because maybe in the unification of the standard model and general relativity, maybe there lies some kind of new wisdom about warp drives. So, by the way, warp drives is somehow messing with the fabric of the universe to be able to travel faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, you're basically bending space-time. You could also do it with a wormhole or some of the hypothetical FTL systems. Doesn't have to necessarily be the Alcubierre drive, the warp drive. It could be any faster than light system. As long as it travels superluminally, it will violate causality.
And presumably that will be observable with LIGO.
Potentially, yeah, potentially. Depends on, I think, the properties of whatever the spacecraft is. I mean, one problem with warp drives is there's all sorts of problems with warp drives, but when
like the start of that sentence. One problem.
Yeah. There's just this one minor problem that we have to get around. But when it arrives at its destination, it basically collects this vast. It has like an event horizon almost at the front of it, and so it collects all this radiation at the front as it goes. And when it arrives, all that radiation gets dumped on its destination and would basically completely exterminate the planet it arrives at. That radiation is also incident within the shell itself. There's Hawking radiation occurring within the shell, which is pretty dangerous. And then, it raises all sorts of exacerbations of the Fermi paradox, of course, as well. So you might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire. I mean, even here it's hard. You might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire if everybody's limited to Voyager 2 rocket speeds of like 20 kilometers per second or something. But it's a lot harder to explain why we don't see the stars populated by galactic empires when warp drive is eminently possible, because it makes expansion so much more trivial that it makes our life harder. There's some wonderful simulation work being done out of Rochester where they actually simulate all the stars in the galaxy, or a fraction of them, and they spawn a civilization on one of them, and they let it spread out at sublight speeds. And actually the very mixing of the stars themselves, because the stars are not static, they're in orbit of the galactic center, and they have crossing paths with each other. If you just have a range of even like 5 light years, and your speed is of order of a few percent the speed of light is the maximum you can muster, you can populate the entire galaxy within something like 100,000 to about 1 million years or so. So a fraction of the lifetime of the galaxy itself. And so this raises some fairly serious problems, because if any civilization in the entire history of the galaxy decide to do that, then either we shouldn't be here, or we happen to live in this kind of rare pocket where they chose not to populate to. And so this is sometimes called fact A, Hart's fact A. The fact A is that a civilization is not here now. An alien civilization is not in present occupation of the Earth, and that's difficult to resolve with the apparent ease at which even a small extrapolation of our own technology could potentially populate a galaxy in far faster than galactic history.
So to me, by the way, yeah, the Fermi paradox is truly a paradox for me. But I suspect that if aliens visit Earth, I suspect if they do, if they are everywhere, I think they're already here, and we're too dumb to see it. But leaving that aside, I think we should be able to, in that case, have very strong, obvious signals when we look up at the stars, at the emanation of energy required. We would see some weirdness that, like, where these are these kinds of stars and these are these kinds of stars that are being messed with, like leveraging the nuclear fusion of stars to do something useful. Right. Like the fact that we don't really see that, like maybe you can correct me. Wouldn't we be able to, if there is like alien civilizations running galaxies, wouldn't we see weirdnesses from an astronomy perspective with the way the stars are behaving?
Yeah, I mean, it depends exactly what they're doing, but I mean, the Dyson Sphere example is one that we already discussed, where a survey of 100,000 nearby galaxies find that they have all been transformed into Dyson Sphere collectors. You could also imagine them doing things like, we wrote a paper about this recently, star lifting, where you can extend the life of your star by scooping mass off the star, so you'd be doing stellar engineering, essentially. Space, if you're doing a huge amount of asteroid mining, you would have a spectral signature because you're basically filling the solar system with dust by doing that. There'd be debris from that activity. And so there are some limits on this. Certainly we don't see bright flashes, which would be, one of these consequences of warp drives, as I said, is as they decelerate, they produce these bright flashes of light. We don't seem to see evidence of those kind of things. We don't see anything obvious around the nearby stars or the stars that we've surveyed in detail beyond that indicate any kind of artificial civilization. The closest maybe we had was Boyagin's star. There was a lot of interest in. There was a star that was just very peculiarly dipping in and out its brightness. And it was hypothesized for a time that may indeed be some kind of Dyson-like structure. So maybe a Dyson sphere that's half-built. And so as it comes in and out, it's blocking out huge swaths of the star. It was very difficult to explain it really with any kind of planet model at the time. But an easier hypothesis that was proposed was it could just be a large number of comets or dust or something, or maybe a planet that had broken apart, and as its fragments orbit around, it blocks out starlight. And it turned out, with subsequent observations of that star, which especially the amateur astronomy community made a big contribution to as well, that the dips were chromatic, which was a real important clue that probably wasn't a solid structure then that was going around it. It was more likely to be dust. Dust is chromatic. By chromatic I mean it looks different in different colors, so it blocks out more red light than blue light. If it was a solid structure, it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't be. It should be opaque, right? A solid metal structure or something. So that was one of the clear indications, and the behavior of and the way the light changed or the dips changed across wavelength was fully consistent with the expectations of what small particulates would do. And so that's very hard. I mean, the real problem with alien hunting. the real problem.
Technical term.
This is the real
one problem.
Yeah.
The one problem with the warp drive and the one problem. Alien hunting, yes.
But I'd say there's three big problems for me with any search for life, which includes UFOs all the way to fossils on Mars, is that aliens have three unique properties as a hypothesis. One is they have essentially unbounded explanatory capability. So there's almost no phenomena I can show you that you couldn't explain with aliens to some degree. You could say, well, the aliens just have some super high-tech way of creating that illusion. Yeah. The second one would be unbounded avoidance capacity. So I might see a UFO tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next day, and then predict I should see it on Thursday at the end of the week. But then I don't see it, but I could always get out of that and say, well, that's just because they chose not to come here. They have this, they can always avoid future observations fairly easily. If you survey an exoplanet for biosignatures and you don't see oxygen, you don't see methane, that doesn't mean there's no one living there. They could always be either tricking their atmosphere, engineering it. We actually wrote a paper about that, how you can use lasers to hide your biosignatures as an advanced civilization. or you could just be living underground or underwater or something where there's no biosignatures. So you can never really disprove there's life on another planet or on another star. It has infinite avoidance. And then finally, the third one is that we have incomplete physical understanding of the universe. So if I see a new phenomena, which Voyager and Star was a good example of that, we saw this new phenomena of these strange dips we'd never seen before. It was hypothesized immediately this could be aliens. It's like a god of the gaps. But it turned out to be incomplete physical understanding. And so that happens all the time. In the first pulsar that was discovered, same story. Jocelyn Bell kind of somewhat tongue-in-cheek called it Little Green Man 1 because it looked a lot like the radio signature that was expected from an alien civilization. But of course it turned out to be a completely new type of star that we had never seen before, which was a neutron star with these two jets coming out the top of it. And so that's a challenge. Those three things are really, really difficult in terms of experimental design for a scientist to work around. Something that can explain anything, can avoid anything, so it's almost unfalsifiable, and could always just be, to some degree, as you said, we have this very limited knowledge of the infinite possibilities of physical law, and we're probably only scratching the surface. Each time, and we've seen it so often in history, we may just be detecting some new phenomena.
Well, that last one, I think I'm a little more okay with making mistakes on.
Yeah,
which is
because it's exciting still.
But because no matter, so you might exaggerate the importance of the discovery, but the whole point is to try to find stuff in this world that's weird and try to characterize that weirdness. Sure, you can throw a Little Green Man as a label on it, but eventually, it's as mysterious and as beautiful as interesting as Little Green Man. Like we tend to think that there's some kind of threshold, but like there's all kinds of weird organisms on this earth that operate very differently than humans that are super interesting. The human mind is super interesting. I mean, like weirdness and complexity is as interesting in any of its forms as what we might think from Hollywood what aliens are. So like that's okay. Looking for weirdness is on Mars.
That's one of the best sales pitches to do signature work, is that, you know, we always have that as our fallback, that look, we're going to look for alien signatures. If we fail, we're going to discover some awesome new physics along the way. And so even any kind of signature that we detect is always going to be interesting. And so that compels us to have not only the question of looking for life in the universe, but it gives us a strong scientific grounding as to why this sort of research should be funded and should be executed, because it always pushes the frontiers of knowledge.
I wonder if we'll be able to discover and be open enough to a broad definition of aliens, where we see some kind of technosignature, basically like a Turing test, like this thing is intelligent. Like it's processing information in a very interesting way. But you can say that about chemistry. You can say that about physics. Maybe not physics. Chemistry. Like interesting, complex chemistry. You could say that this is processing. This is storing information. This is propagating information over time. So I mean, it's a gray area between a living organism that we would call an alien and a thing that's super interesting and is able to carry some kind of intelligence.
Yeah, information is a really useful way to frame what we're looking for, though, because then you're divorced from making assumptions about even a civilization necessarily or anything like that. So any kind of information-rich signature, indeed, you can take things like the light curve from Voyager and Star and ask what is the minimum number of free parameters or the minimum information content that must be encoded within this light curve. And the hope is that maybe from, you know, a good example would be from a radio signature, you detect something that has, you know, 1,000 megabytes of parameters essentially contained within it. That's pretty clearly at that point not the product of a natural process, or at least any natural process that we could possibly imagine with our current understanding of the universe. And so thinking, even if we can't decode, which actually I'm skeptical we'd be able to ever decode it in our lifetimes, it would probably take decades to fully ever figure out what they're trying to tell us. But if there was a message there, we could at least know that there is high information content and there is complexity, and that this is a attempt at communication and information transfer, and leave it to our subsequent generations to figure out what exactly it is they're trying to say.
what, again, wild question, and thank you for
entertaining
them. I really, really appreciate that. But what kind of signal in our lifetime, what kind of thing do you think might happen, could possibly happen, where the scientific community would be convinced that there's alien civilizations out there? Like what? So you already said maybe a strong infrared signature for something like a Dyson sphere.
That's possibly that's also to some degree a little bit ambiguous, because
right, that's the challenge. Sorry to interrupt. Is where your brain would be like, you as a scientist would be like, I know it's ambiguous, but this is really weird.
Yeah, I think if you had something, I can imagine something like a prime number sequence. Or a mathematical sequence like the Fibonacci series, something being broadcast.
Mathematically provable that this is not a physical phenomenon.
Right. I mean, prime numbers is a pretty good case because there's no natural phenomena that produces prime number sequences. It seems to be a purely an abstract mathematical concept as far as I'm aware. And so if we detected, a series of radio blips that were following that sequence, it would be pretty clear to me, or it could even be, Carl Sagan suggested that pi could be encoded in that, or you might use the hydrogen line but multiplied by pi, like some very specific frequency of the universe, like a hydrogen line, but multiply it by a abstract mathematical constant that would imply strongly that there was someone behind the scenes operating that.
Stored in which phenomena though?
In that case, I'm thinking of a radio wave. But the information, I mean, we kind of toyed with this idea in a video I did about hypothetical civilization on my channel. But one kind of fun way, I do want to bring this conversation towards time a little bit and thinking about not just looking for life and intelligence around us right now, but looking into the past and even into the future to some degree, or communicating with the future. And so we had this fun experiment of imagining a civilization that was born at the beginning of the history of the galaxy and being the first, and what it would be like for them. And they were desperately searching for evidence of life but couldn't find it. And so they decided to try and leave something behind for future civilizations to discover, to tell them about themselves. But of course, a radio thing just not going to work there because it has to have a power source, and that's a piece of machinery. It's going to eventually break down. It's going to be hard to maintain that for billions of years timescale. And so you wanted something that was kind of passive, that doesn't require an energy source, but can somehow transmit information, which is hard to think about something that satisfies those criteria. But there was a proposal by one of my colleagues, Luke Arnold, which inspired a lot of us in technosignatures. And he suggested that you could build artificial transitors. So you could build sheets of material that transit in front of the star. Maybe one thin sheet passes across first, then 2, then 3, then 5, then 7. So you could follow the prime number sequence of these. And so there'd be a clear indication that someone had manufactured those. But they don't require any energy source because they're just sheets of material in orbit of the star. They would eventually degrade from micrometeorites. Maybe their orbits would become destabilized, but they should have lifetimes battery or mechanical electronic system that we could, at least with our technology, conceive of building. And so you could imagine then extending that, and how could you encode not just a prime number sequence, but maybe in the spatial pattern of this very complex light curve we see, you could encode more and more information through 2D shapes and the way those occultations happen. And maybe you could even encode messages and in-depth information from that. You could even imagine it being like a lower layer of information, which is just the prime number sequence, but then you look closely and you see the smaller divots embedded within those that have a deeper layer of information to extract. And so to me, something like that would be pretty compelling, that there was somebody who would unless it's just a very impressive hoax, that would be a pretty compelling evidence for this civilization.
And actually, the methods of astronomy right now are kind of marching towards being able to better and better detect a signal like that.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it's just building bigger aperture in space. The bigger the telescope, the finer ability to detect those minute signals.
Do you think the current sort of the scientific community, another weird question, but just the observations that are happening now, do you think they're ready for a prime number sequence? In the sort of if we're using the current method, the transit timing variation method, like, do you think you're ready? Do you have the tools to detect the prime number sequence?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's 200,000 stars that Kepler monitored, and it monitored them all the time. It took a photo of each one of them every 30 minutes, measured their brightness, and it did that for 4.5 years. And so you have already, and Tesla's doing it right now, another mission. And so you have already an existing catalog, and people are genuinely scouring through each of those light curves with automated machine learning techniques. We even developed some in our own team that can look for weird behavior. We wrote a code called the weird detector, for instance, that, of course, it was just the most generic thing possible. Don't assume anything about the signal shape. Just look for anything that repeats. The signal shape can be anything, and we kind of learn the template of the signal from the data itself. In the data. And so we actually applied that and found a bunch of interesting stuff, but we didn't see anything that was the prime number sequence, at least in the Kepler data. That's 200,000 stars, which sounds like a lot, but compared to 200 billion stars in the Milky Way, it's really just scratching the surface.
So because there could be something much more generalizable than the prime number sequence, it's ultimately the question of a signal that's very difficult to compress in the general sense of what compress means. So maybe as we get better and better machine learning methods that automatically analyze the data to understand how to compress it, you'll be able to discover data that's for some reason is not compressible. But then, compression really is a bottomless pit, because that's really what intelligence is being able to compress information.
Yeah, and to some degree, the more you compression algorithms, but I would imagine the more you compress your signal, the more. But if you look at the Arecibo message, they were fairly careful with their pixelation of this simple image they sent to try and make it as interpretable as possible, to be that even a dumb alien would be able to figure out what we're trying to show them here, because there's all sorts of conventions and rules that are built in that we tend to presume when we design our messages. And so if your messages, assuming they know how to do an MP3 decoder, a particular compression algorithm, I'm sure they could eventually reverse engineer it and figure it out, but you're making it harder for them to get to that point. So maybe I always think you probably would have a two-tier system, right? You'd probably have some lower tier key system, and then maybe beneath that you'd have a deeper compressed layer of more in-depth information.
What about maybe observing actual physical objects? So first, let me go to your tweet as a source of inspiration. You tweeted that it's interesting to ponder that if Oort clouds are ever mined by the systems of alien civilizations, mining equipment from billions of years ago could be in our Oort cloud, since the Oort clouds they extend really, 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 really far outside the actual star.
Yeah.
Mining equipment, just like basic boring mining equipment out there. I don't know if there's something interesting to say about Oort clouds themselves that are interesting to you, and about possible non-shiny light-emitting mining equipment from alien civilizations.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of the field of techno-signatures and looking for life, is you can find inspiration and intellectual joy in just the smallest little thing that starts a whole thread of building upon it and wondering about the implications. And so in this case, I was just really struck by, we kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, the idea that stars are not static. We tend to think of the galaxy as having stars in a certain location from the center of the galaxy, and they kind of live there. But in truth, the stars are not only orbiting around the center of the galaxy, but those orbits are themselves changing over time. They're precessing. And so, in fact, the orbits look more like a spirograph. If you've ever done those as a kid, they kind of whirl around and trace out all sorts of strange patterns. And so the stars intersect with one another. And so the current closest star to us is Proxima Centauri, which is about 4.2 light years away. But it will not always be the closest star. And over millions of years, it will be supplanted by other stars. In fact, stars that will come even closer than Proxima within just a couple of light years. And that's been happening, not just we can project that will happen over the next few million years, but that's been happening presumably throughout the entire history of the galaxy for billions of years. And so if you went back in time, there would have been all sorts of different nearest stars throughout different stages of the Earth's history. And those stars are so close that their Oort clouds do intermix with one another. So the Oort cloud can extend out to even a light year or two around the Earth. There's some debate about exact. Fairly similar distances to Jupiter and Saturn, but we're scattered out through the interactions of those giant planets. We see a circular disk of objects around us, which kind of looks like the asteroid belt, but just further away, called the Kuiper belt. And then further beyond that, you get the Oort cloud. And the Oort cloud is not a disk, it's just a sphere. It kind of surrounds us in all directions. So these are objects that were scattered out through three-dimensionally in all different directions. And so those objects are potentially resources for us, especially if you were planning to do an interstellar mission one day. You might want to mine the water that's embedded within those and use that as either oxygen or fuel for your rocket. And so it's quite possible. There's also some rare earth metals and things like that as well, but it's quite possible that a civilization might use Oort cloud objects as a jumping off point. Or in the Kuiper belt you have things like Planet 9 even. So there might even be objects beyond in the Oort cloud which are actually planet-like that we just cannot detect. These objects are very, very faint, so that's why they're so hard to see. I mean, even Planet 9 is hypothesized to exist, but we've not been able to confirm its existence because it's at something like 1,000 AU away from us, 1,000 times the distance of the Earth from the Sun. And so even though it's probably larger than the Earth, the amount of light it reflects from the Sun just looks like a star at that point, so far away from it, that it barely reflects anything back. It's extremely difficult to detect. So there's all sorts of wonders that may be lurking out in the outer solar system. And so this leads you to wonder, in the Oort cloud, that Oort cloud must have intermixed with other Oort clouds in the past. And so what fraction of the Oort cloud truly belongs to us, belongs to what was scattered from Jupiter and Saturn? What fraction of it could in fact be interstellar visitors? And of course we've got excited about this recently because of Oumuamua, this interstellar asteroid, which seemed to be at the time the first evidence of an interstellar object. But when you think about the Oort cloud intermixing, it may be that a large fraction of comets are seeded from the Oort cloud that eventually come in. Some of those comets may indeed have been interstellar in the first place that we just didn't know about through this process. There even is an example, I can't remember the name, there's an example of a comet that has a very peculiar spectral signature that has been hypothesized to have actually been an interstellar visitor, but one that was essentially sourced through this Oort cloud mixing. And so this is kind of intriguing. It also, the outer solar system is just it's like at the bottom of the ocean. We know so little about what's on the bottom of our own planet's ocean. And we know next to nothing about what's on the outskirts of our own solar system.
It's all darkness.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the things is, to understand the phenomena, we need light. And we need to see how light interacts with it, or what light emanates from it. But most of our universe is darkness. So there could be a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, this is where your interest is with the cool worlds. And the interesting stuff lurks in the darkness, right?
Basically, all of us, 400 years of astronomy, our only window into the universe has been light. And that has only changed quite recently with the discovery of gravitational waves. That's now a new window. And hopefully, to some degree, I guess, solar neutrinos we've been detecting from, but they come from the sun, not interstellar space. But we may be able to soon detect neutrino messages, as even been hypothesized as a way of communicating between civilizations as well, or just do neutrino telescopes to study the universe. And so there's a growing interest in what we'd call multi-messenger astronomy now. So not just messages from light, but messages from these other physical packets of information that are coming our way. But when it comes to the outer solar system, light really is our only window. There's two ways of doing that. One is you detect the light from the Oort cloud object itself, which, as I just said, is very, very difficult. There's another trick, which we do in the Kuiper belt especially, and that's called an occultation. And so sometimes those objects will just pass in front of a distant star, just coincidentally. These are very, very brief moments. They last for less than a second. and so you have to have a very fast camera to detect them, which conventionally astronomers don't usually build fast cameras. Most of the phenomena we observe occurs in hours, minutes, days even. But now we're developing cameras which can take, thousands of images per second, and yet do it at the kind of astronomical fidelity that we need for this kind of precise measurement. And so you can see these very fast dips. You even get these kind of diffraction patterns that come around, which are really cool to look at. And I kind of love it because it's almost like passive radar. You have these pinpricks of light. Imagine that you live in a giant black sphere, but there's these little pinholes that have been poked, and through those pinholes almost laser light is shining through. And inside this black sphere there are unknown things wandering around, drifting around, that we are trying to discover. And sometimes they will pass in front of those little pencil-thin laser beams, block something out, and so we can tell that it's there. And it's not an active radar because we didn't actually, beam anything out and get a reflection off, which is what the sun does. The sun's light comes off and it comes back. It's more like an active radar system. It's more like a passive radar system where we are just listening very intently. And so I'm kind of so fascinated by that, the idea that we could map out the rich architecture of the outer solar system just by doing something that we could have done potentially for a long time ago, which is just listening in the right way, just tuning our instrumentation to the correct way of not listening but viewing the universe to catch those objects.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating. It seems almost obvious that your efforts, when projected out in over like 100, 200 years, will have a really good map through even methods like basically transit timing, high resolution transit timing, but basically the planetary and the planet's satellite movements that of all the different star systems out there.
Yeah, and it could revolutionize the way we think about the solar system. I mean, that revolution has happened several times in the past. When we discovered Vesta in the 19th century, that was, I think, the 7th planet for a while, or the 8th planet when it was first discovered, and then we discovered Ceres, and there was a bunch of asteroid objects, Janus, and so for a while the textbooks had there was something like 13 planets in the solar system, and then that was just a new capability that was emerging to detect those small objects, and then we ripped that up and said, no, we're going to change the definition of a planet. And then the same thing happened when we started looking at the outer skirts of the solar system again. We found Eris, we found Sedna, these objects which resembled Pluto, and the more and more of them we found, and eventually we again had to rethink the way we even contextualize what a planet is and what the nature of the outer solar system is. So regardless as to what you think about the debate about whether Pluto should be demoted or not, which I know often evokes a lot of strong feelings, it is an incredible achievement that we were able to transform our view of the solar system in a matter of years just by basically charge-coupled devices, the things that's in cameras. Though the invention of that device allowed us to detect objects which were much further away, much fainter, and revealed all of this stuff that was there all along. And so that's the beauty of astronomy. There's just so much to discover, and even in our own backyard.
Do you ever think about this? Do you imagine what are the things that will completely change astronomy over the next 100 years? Like if you transport yourself forward 100 years, what are the things that will blow your mind when you look at, wait, what? Would it be just a very high resolution mapping of things? Like, holy crap. Like one surprising thing might be, holy crap, there's like Earth-like moons everywhere.
Yeah.
And another one could be just totally different devices for sensing.
Yeah, I think usually astronomy moves forward dramatically, and science in general, when you have a new technological capability come online for the first time. And we kind of just gave examples of that there with the solar system. So what kind of new capabilities might emerge in the next 100 years? The capability I would love to see is not just, we're in the next 10, 20 years, we're hoping to take these pale blue dot images we spoke about. So that requires building something like JWST, but on an even larger scale, and optimized for direct imaging. You'd have to have either a coronagraph or a star shade or something to block out the starlight and reveal those pale blue dots. So in the next sort of decades, I think that's the achievement that we can look forward to in our lifetimes, is to see photos of other Earths. Going beyond that, maybe in our lifetimes, towards the end of our lifetimes perhaps, I'd love it if we I think it's technically possible, as Breakthrough Starshot are giving us a lot of encouragement with, to maybe send a small probe to the nearest stars and to start actually taking high-resolution images of these objects. There's only so much you can do from far away. If you want to have, and we can see it in the solar system, I mean, there's only so much you can learn about Europa by pointing a Hubble Space Telescope at it, but if you really want to understand that moon, you're going to have to send something to orbit it, to hopefully land on it and drill down to the surface. And so the idea of even taking a flyby and doing a snapshot photo that gets beamed back, that could be, doesn't even have to be more than 100 pixels by 100 pixels. That would be a completely game-changing capability to be able to truly image these objects. And maybe at home in our own solar system, we can certainly get to a point where we produce crude maps of exoplanets. One of the ultimate limit of what a telescope could do is governed by its size. And so the largest telescope you could probably ever build would be one that was the size of the sun. There's a clever trick for doing this without physically building a telescope that's the size of the sun, and that's to use the sun as a gravitational lens. This was proposed, I think, by von Eschleman in like 1979, but it builds upon Einstein's theory of general relativity, of course, that there is a warping of light, a bending of light from the sun's gravitational field. And so a distant star, like a magnifying glass, anything that bends light is basically can be used as a telescope. It's going to bend light to a point. Now it turns out the sun's gravity is not strong enough to create a particularly great telescope here, because the focus point is really out in the Kuiper belt. It's at 550 astronomical units away from the Earth, so 550 times further away from the sun than we are, and that's beyond any of our spacecraft have ever gone. So you have to send the spacecraft to that distance, which would take 30, 40 years, even optimistically improving our chemical propulsion system significantly. You'd have to bound it into that orbit, but then you could use the entire sun as your telescope, and with that kind of capability, you could image planets to kilometer scale resolution from afar. And that really makes you wonder. I mean, if we can conceive, maybe we can't engineer it, but if we can conceive of such a device, what might other civilizations be currently observing about our own planet? And perhaps that is why nobody is visiting us, because there is so much you can do from afar that to them that's enough. Maybe they can get to the point where they can detect our radio leakage, they can detect our terrestrial television signals, they can map out our surfaces, they can tell we have cities, they can even do infrared mapping of the heat island effect and all this kind of stuff. They can tell the chemical composition of our planet. And so that might be enough. Maybe they don't need to come down to the surface and study do anthropology and see what our civilization is like. But there's certainly a huge amount you can do, which is significantly cheaper to some degree than flying there, just by exploiting cleverly the physics of the universe itself.
So your intuition is, that's very, very well may be true, that observation might be way easier than travel. From our perspective, from an alien perspective, like we could get very high resolution imaging before we can ever get there.
It depends on what information you want. If you want to know the chemical composition and you want to know kilometer scale maps of the planet, then you could do that from afar with some version of these kind of gravitational lenses. If you want to do better than that, if you want to image a newspaper sat on the porch of somebody's house, you're going to have to fly there. There's no way, unless you had a telescope that's the size of Sagittarius A star or something, you just simply cannot collect enough light to do that from many light years away. So there is certainly reasons why visiting will always have its place, depending on what kind of information you want. We proposed in my team actually that the sun is the ultimate pinnacle of telescope design, but flying to 1000 AU is a real pain in the butt because it's just going to take so long. And so a more practical way of achieving this might be to use the Earth. Now the Earth doesn't have anywhere near enough gravity to create a substantial gravitational lens, but it has an atmosphere, and an atmosphere refracts light, it bends light. So whenever you see a sunset, just as the sun's setting below the horizon, it's actually already beneath the horizon. It's just the light is bending through the atmosphere, it's actually already about half a degree down beneath, and what you're seeing is that curvature of the light path. And your brain interprets it, of course, to be following a straight line, because your brain always thinks that. And so you can use that bending. Whenever you have bending, you have a telescope. And so we've proposed to my team that you could use this refraction to similarly create an Earth-sized telescope.
Called the Terrascope.
The Terrascope,
They have a great video on that.
Yeah, and
do you have a paper on the Terrascope?
I do, yeah.
Great.
Sometimes get confused with this because they've heard of an Earth-sized telescope, because they've maybe heard of the Event Horizon telescope, which took an image of, what's taking an image right now of the center of our black hole. And it's very impressive, and it previously did Messier 87, a nearby supermassive black hole. And so those images were interferometric. So they were small telescopes scattered across the Earth, and they combined the light paths together interferometrically to create effectively an Earth-sized angular resolution. Telescopes always have two properties. There's the angular resolution, which is how small of a thing you can see on the surface, and then there's the magnification. How much brighter does that object get versus just your eye or some small object? Now, what the Event Horizon telescope did, it traded off amplification or magnification for the angular resolution. That's what it wanted. It wanted that high angular resolution, but it doesn't really have much photon collecting power, because each telescope individually is very small. The Terrascope is different because it is literally collecting light with a light bucket, which is essentially the size of the Earth. And so that gives you both benefits, potentially. Not only the high angular resolution that a large aperture promises you, but also actually physically collects all those photons, so you can detect light from very, very far away, the very outer edges of the universe. And so we proposed this as a possible future technological way of achieving these extreme goals, ambitious goals we have in astronomy. But it's a very difficult system to test, because you essentially have to fly out to these focus points, and these focus points lie beyond the moon. So you have to have someone who is willing to fly beyond the moon and hitchhike an experimental telescope onto it and do that cheaply. If it was something doing low Earth orbit, it'd be easy. You could just attach a CubeSat to the next Falcon 9 rocket or something and test it out. It'd probably only cost you a few tens of thousands of dollars, maybe $100,000. But there's basically no one who flies out that far except for bespoke missions, such as like a mission that's going to Mars or something that would pass through that kind of space. And they typically don't have a lot of leeway in excess payload that they're willing to strap on for radical experiments. So that's been the problem with it. In theory, it should work beautifully, but it's a very difficult idea to experimentally test.
Can you elaborate why the focal point is that far away?
So you get about half a degree bend from the Earth's atmosphere when you're looking at the sun at the horizon, and you get that 2 times over if you're outside of the planet's atmosphere, because it comes, the star is half a bend to you still on the horizon and half a degree back out the other way, so you get about a 1 degree bend. You hit the radius of the Earth, which is about 7,000 kilometers, and do your arctan function, you'll end up with a distance that's about, it's actually the inner focal point is about 2/3 the distance of the Earth-Moon system. The problem with that inner focal point is not useful, because that light ray path had to basically scrape the surface of the Earth. So it passes through the clouds, it passes through all the thick atmosphere, gets a lot of extinction along the way. If you go higher up in altitude, you get less extinction. In fact, you can even go above the clouds, and so that's even better, because the clouds obviously are going to be a pain in the neck for doing anything optical. But the problem with that is that the atmosphere, because it gets thinner at higher altitude, it bends light less. And so that pushes the focal point out. So the most useful focal point is actually about 3 or 4 times the distance of the Earth-Moon separation. And so that's what we call one of the Lagrange points, essentially, out there. And so there is a stable orbit. It's kind of the outermost stable orbit you could have around the Earth.
So the atmosphere does bad things to the signal of light.
It's absorbing light.
Is that possible to reconstruct, to remove the noise, whatever? So it's just strength. It's nothing else.
It's possible to reconstruct. I mean, to some degree, we do this as a technology called adaptive optics that can correct for what's called wavefront errors that happen through the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is turbulent. It is not a single plane of air of the same density. There's all kind of wiggles and currents in the air. And so that each little layer is bending light in slightly different ways. And so the light actually kind of follows a wiggly path on its way down. What that means is that two light rays, which are traveling at slightly different spatial separations from each other, will arrive at the detector at different times, because one maybe goes on more or less a straight path and the one wiggles down a bit more before it arrives. And so you have an incoherent light source. And when you're trying to do image reconstruction, you always want a coherent light source. So the way they correct for this is that if this path had to travel a little bit faster, the straight one goes faster and the wiggly one takes longer, the mirror is deformable, and so you actually bend the mirror on the straight one down a little bit to make it an equivalent light path distance. So the mirror itself has all these little actuators, and it's actually made up of like thousands of little elements. Almost looks like a liquid mirror because they can manipulate it in kind of real time. And so they scan the atmosphere with a laser beam to tell what the deformations are in the atmosphere, and then make the corrections to the mirror to account for it.
That's amazing.
So you could do something like this for the terrascope, but it would be
it's cheaper and easier to go above the atmosphere and just fly out.
I think so. It would be that's a very challenging thing to do. And normally when you do adaptive optics, as it's called, you're looking straight up. So you're very close to straight up. If you look at the horizon, we basically never do astronomical observations on the horizon because you're looking through more atmosphere. If you go straight up, you're looking at the thinnest portion of atmosphere possible. But as you go closer and closer towards the horizon, you're increasing what we call the air mass, the amount of air you have to travel through. So here, it's kind of the worst case because you're going through the entire atmosphere in and out again with a terrascope. So you'd need a very impressive adaptive optics system to correct for that. So yeah, I would say it's probably simpler, at least with proof of principle, just to test it with having some satellite that was a much wider orbit.
Now, speaking of traveling out into deep space, you already mentioned this a little bit. You made a beautiful video called "The Journey to the End of the Universe," and sort of at the start of that, you're talking about Alpha Centauri. So, what would it take for humans, or for human-like creatures, to travel out to Alpha Centauri?
There's a few different ways of doing it, I suppose. One is, it depends on how fast your ship is. That's always going to be the determining factor. If we devise some interstellar propulsion system that could travel a fraction of the speed of light, then we could do it in our lifetimes, which is, I think, what people normally dream of when they think about interstellar propulsion and travel. That you could literally step onto the spacecraft, maybe a few years later you step off on Alpha Centauri B, you walk around the surface and come back and visit your family. There would be, of course, a lot of relativistic time dilation as a result of that trip. You would have aged a lot less than people back on Earth by traveling close to the speed of light for some fraction of time. The challenge of this, of course, is that we have no such propulsion system that can achieve this. So,
but you think it's possible? Like, so you have a paper called the Halo Drive, fuel-free relativistic propulsion of large masses via recycled boomerang photons. So, do you think, first of all, what is that? And second of all, how difficult are alternate propulsion systems?
Yeah, so before I took in the Halo Drive, there was an idea, because I think the Halo Drive is not going to solve this problem. I'll talk about the Halo Drive in a moment, but the Halo Drive is useful for a civilization which is a bit more advanced than us, that has spread across the stars, and is looking for a cheap highway system to get across the galaxy. For that first step, because just to context that, the Halo Drive requires a black hole, so that's why you're not going to be able to do this on the Earth right now. But there are lots of black holes in the Milky Way, so that's the good news. So we'll come to that in a moment. But if you're trying to travel to Alpha Centauri without a black hole, then there are some ideas out there. There was a Project Daedalus and Project Icarus that were two projects that the British Interplanetary Society conjured up on sort of a 20-30-year timescale, and they asked themselves, if we took existing and speculatively but realistic attempts at future technology that are emerging over the next few decades, how far could we push an interstellar travel system? And they settled on fusion drives in that. So if we had the ability to essentially either detonate, you can also imagine like kind of nuclear fission or nuclear fusion bombs going off behind the spacecraft and propelling it that way, or having some kind of successful nuclear fusion reaction, which obviously we haven't really demonstrated yet as a propulsion system, then you could achieve something like 10% the speed of light in those systems. But these are huge spacecrafts, and I think you need a huge spacecraft if you're going to take people along. The conversation recently has actually switched, and that idea is kind of seems a little bit antiquated now, and most of us have kind of given up on the idea of people physically, biologically stepping on board the spacecraft. And maybe we'll be sending something that's more like a micro probe that maybe just weighs a gram or two, and that's much easier to accelerate. You could push that with a laser system to very high speed, get it to maybe 20% of the speed of light. It has to survive the journey. Probably a large fraction of them won't survive the journey, but they're cheap enough that you could maybe manufacture millions of them, and some of them do arrive and are able to send back an image, or maybe even if you wanted to have a person there, we might have some way of doing like a telepresence or some kind of delayed telepresence, or some kind of reconstruction of the planet which is sent back, so you can digitally interact with the environment in a way which is not real time but representative of what that planet would be like to be on the surface. So we might be more like digital visitors to these planets. It's certainly far easier practically to do that than physically forcing this wet chunk of meat to fly light years across space to do that. And so that's maybe something we can imagine down the road. The Halo drive, as I said, is thinking even further ahead. And if you did want to launch large masses could even be planet-sized things. In the case of the Halo drive, you can use black holes. So this is kind of a trick of physics. You know, I often think of the universe as like a big computer game, and you're trying to find cheat codes, hacks, exploits that the universe didn't intend for you to use, but once you find them, you can address all sorts of interesting capabilities that you didn't previously have.
Yeah.
And the Halo drive does that with black holes. So if you have two black holes, which is a very common situation, a binary black hole, and they're spiraling towards each other. LIGO's detected, I think, dozens of these things, maybe even over 100 at this point. And these things, as they merge together, the pre-merger phase, they're orbiting each other very, very fast, even close to the speed of light. And so Freeman Dyson, before he passed away, I think in the 70s, did this provocative paper called Gravitational Machines, and he suggested that you could use neutron stars as an interstellar propulsion system. And neutron stars are sort of the lower mass version of a binary black hole system, essentially. In this case, he suggested just doing gravitational slingshot, just fly your spacecraft into this very compact and relativistic binary system. And you do need neutron stars because if there were two stars, they'd be physically touching each other. So the neutron stars are so small, like 10 kilometers across, they can get really close to each other and have these very, very fast orbits with respect to each other. You shoot your spacecraft through, right through the middle, like flying through the eye of a needle, and you do a slingshot around one of them, and you do it around the one that's coming sort of towards you. So one will be coming away, one will be coming towards you at any one point. And then you could basically steal some of the kinetic energy in the slingshot. In principle, you can set up to twice the speed. You can take your speed, and it becomes your speed plus twice the speed of the neutron star in this case, and that would be your new speed after the slingshot. This seems great because it's just free energy, basically. You're not doing any, you're not generating, you don't have a nuclear power reactor or anything to generate this, you're just stealing it. And indeed, you could get to relativistic speeds this way. So I loved that paper, but I had a criticism, and the criticism was that this is like trying to fly your ship into a blender, right? This is two neutron stars which have huge tidal forces, and they're whipping around each other once every second or even less than a second, and you're trying to fly your spaceship and do this maneuver that is pretty precarious. And so it just didn't seem practical to me to do this, but I loved it. And so I took that idea, and this is how science is. It's iterative. It's you take a previous great man's idea and you just sort of maybe slightly tweak it and improve it. And that's how I see the Halo drive. And I just suggested, why not replace those out for black holes, which is certainly very common. And rather than flying your ship into that hellhole of a blender system, you just stand back and you fire a laser beam. Now, because black holes have such intense gravitational fields, they can bend light into complete 180s. They can actually become mirrors. So, the sun bends light by maybe a fraction of a degree through gravitational lensing, but a compact object like a black hole can do a full 180. In fact, if you went too close, if you put the laser beam too close, the black hole would just fall into it and never come back out. So you just kind of push it out until you get to a point where it's just skirting the event horizon, and then that laser beam skirts around and it comes back. Now the laser beam wants to do it is doing a gravitational slingshot, but light, photons can't speed up, unlike the spaceship case. So instead of speeding up, the way they steal energy is they increase their frequency. So they become higher energy photon packets, essentially. They get blue shifted. So that you send maybe a red laser beam that comes back blue, it's got more energy in it. And because photons carry momentum, which is somewhat unintuitive in everyday experience, but they do, that's how solar sails work. They carry momentum, they push things. You can even use them as laser tweezers and things to pick things up. Because they push, it comes back with more momentum than it left. So you get an acceleration force from this. And again, you're just seeding energy from the black hole to do this. So you can get up to the same speed. It's basically the same idea as Freeman Dyson, but doing it from a safer distance. And there should be of order of 1 million or so, or 10 million black holes in the Milky Way galaxy. Some of them would be even as close to sort of 10 to 20 light years when you do the occurrence rate statistics of how close you might expect feasibly one to be. They're of course difficult to detect because they're black, so they're inherently hard to see. But statistically, there should be plenty out there in the Milky Way. And so these objects would be natural waypoint stations. You could use them to both accelerate away and to brake and slow down.
Oh, and on top of all this, we've been talking about astronomy and cosmology. There's been a lot of exciting breakthroughs in detection and exploration of black holes. So the boomeranging photons that you're talking about, there's been a lot of work on photon rings and just all the fun stuff going on outside the black holes.
Yeah.
So all the garbage outside might be the thing that holds a key to understanding what's going on inside. And there's the Hawking radiation. There's all kinds of fascinating stuff like there's trippy stuff about black holes that I can't even, most people don't understand. The holographic principle with the plate and the information being stored potentially outside of the black hole. I can't even comprehend how you can project a three-dimensional object onto 2D and somehow store information where it doesn't destroy it. And if it does destroy it, challenging all of physics. All of this is very interesting, especially for kind of more practical applications of how the black hole can be used for propulsion.
Yeah, it may be that black holes are used in all sorts of ways by advanced civilizations. I think, again, it's been a popular idea in science fiction trope that Sagittarius A star, the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy, could be the best place to look for intelligent life in the universe because it is a giant engine in a way. A unique capability of a black hole is you can basically throw matter into it and you can get these jets that come out, the accretion disks and the jets that fly out. And so you can more or less use them to convert matter into energy V equals mc squared. And there's pretty much nothing else except for annihilation with its own antiparticle as a way of doing that. So they have some unique properties. You could perhaps power civilization by just throwing garbage into a black hole, right? Just throwing asteroids in and power your civilization with as much energy as you really would ever plausibly need. And you could also use them to accelerate away across the universe. And you can even imagine using small artificial black holes as thermal generators, right? So the Hawking radiation from them kind of exponentially increases as they get smaller and smaller in size. And so a very small black hole, one that you could almost imagine like holding in your hand, would be a fairly significant heat source. And so that raises all sorts of prospects about how you might use that in an engineering context to power your civilization as well.
You have a video on becoming a Kardashev Type 1 civilization. What's our hope for doing that? We're a few orders of magnitude away from that.
Yeah, it is surprising. I think people tend to think that we're close to this scale. The Kardashev Type 1 is defined as a civilization which is using as much energy as is essentially incident upon the planet from the star. So that's of order, I think, for the Earth of something like 10 to the 5 teros or 10 to the 7 teros. It's a gigantic amount of energy, and we're using a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of that right now. So if you became a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, which is seen not necessarily as a goal into itself. I think people think, well, why are we aspiring to become this energy-hungry civilization? Surely our energy needs might improve our efficiency or something as time goes on. But ultimately, the more energy you have access to, the greater your capabilities will be. If you want to lift Mount Everest into space, there is just a calculable amount of potential energy change that's going to take in order to accomplish that. And the more energy you have access to as a civilization, then clearly the easier that energy achievement is going to be. So it depends on what your aspirations are as a civilization. It might not be something you want to ever do, but...
we should make clear that lifting heavy things isn't the only thing. It's just doing work. So it could be computation. It could be it could be more and more and more and more sophisticated and larger computation. Which is, it does seem where we're headed, with a very fast increase in the scale and the quality of our computation outside the human brain. Artificial computation.
Computation is a great example of. Already I think something like 10% of US power electricity use is going towards these supercomputing centers. So there's a vast amount of our current energy needs which are already going towards computing. Will surely only increase over time. If we start ever doing anything like mind uploading or creating simulated realities, that cost will surely become almost a dominant source of our energy requirements at that point. If civilization completely moves over to this kind of post-humanism stage. And so it's not unreasonable that our energy needs would continue to grow. Certainly historically, they always have at about 2% per year. And so if that continues, there is going to be a certain point where you're running up against the amount of energy which you can harvest, because you're using even if you cover the entire planet in solar panels, there's no more energy to be had. And so this is there's a few ways of achieving this. I sort of talked about in the video how there were several renewable energy sources that we're excited about, like geothermal, wind power, waves, but pretty much all of those don't really scratch the surface or don't really scratch the itch of getting to a Kardashev Type 1 civilization. They're meaningful now. I would never tell anybody don't do wind power now, because it's clearly used for our current stage of civilization, but it's not. It's going to be a pretty negligible fraction of our energy requirements if we got to that stage of development. And so there has to be a breakthrough in either our ability to harvest solar energy, which would require maybe something like a space array of solar panels of beaming the energy back down, or some developments and innovations in nuclear fusion that would allow us to essentially reproduce the same process of what's producing the solar photons, but here on Earth. But even that comes with some consequences. If you're generating the energy here on Earth and you're doing work on it on Earth, then that work is going to produce waste heat, and that waste heat is going to increase the ambient temperature of the planet. And so, even if this isn't really a greenhouse effect that you're increasing the temperature of the planet, this is just the amount of computers that are churning. You put your hand to a computer, you can feel the warmth coming off them. If you do that much work of literally, the entire instant energy of the planet is doing that work, the planet's going to warm up significantly as a result of that. And so, that clearly indicates that this is not a sustainable path, that civilizations, as they approach Kardashev Type 1, are going to have to leave planet Earth, which is really the point of that video, to show that it's a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, even though it's defined as instant energy upon a planet, that is not a species that is going to still be living on their planet, at least in isolation. They will have to be harvesting energy from afar. They will have to be doing work on that energy outside of their planet, because otherwise you're going to dramatically change the environment in which you live.
Well, yeah, so the more energy you create, the more energy you use, the higher the imperative to expand out into the universe, but also not just the imperative, but the capabilities. Mm-hmm. And you've kind of, as a side on your lab page, mentioned that you're sometimes interested in astroengineering. So what kind of space architectures do you think we can build to house humans or interesting things outside of Earth?
Yeah, there's a lot of fun ideas here. One of the classic ideas is an O'Neill cylinder or a Stanford torus. These are like two rotating structures that were devised in space. They're basically using the centrifugal force as artificial gravity. And so these are structures which tend to be many kilometers across that you're building in space, but could potentially habitat millions of people in orbit of the Earth. Of course, you could imagine putting them, if the Expanse does a pretty good job, I think, of exploring the idea of human exploration of the solar system and having many objects, many of the small near-Earth objects and asteroids inhabited by mining colonies. One of the ideas we've played around with our group is this technology called a quasite. A quasite is an extension. Again, we always tend to extend previous ideas. Ideas build upon ideas. But an extension idea called a statite. A statite was an idea proposed, I think, by Ron Forward in the 1970s. 1970s seemed to have all sorts of wacky ideas. I don't know what was going on then. I think the Stanford Torus, the O'Neill cylinder, statites, the gravitational lens. People were really having fun with dreaming about space in the 70s. The statite is basically a solar sail, but it's such an efficient solar sail that the outward force of radiation pressure equals the inward force of gravity from the sun. And so it doesn't need to orbit. Normally you avoid, the sun is pulling us right now through a force of gravity, but we are not getting closer towards the sun, even though we are falling towards the sun because we're in orbit, which means our translational speed is just enough to keep us at the same altitude, essentially, from the sun. And so you're in orbit, and that's how you maintain distance. A statite doesn't need to do that. It could be basically, completely static in inertial space, but it's just balancing the two forces of radiation pressure and inward gravitational pressure. A quasite is the in-between of those two states. So it has some significant outward pressure, but not enough to resist fully falling into the star. And so it compensates for that by having some translational motion. So it's in between an orbit and a statite. And so what that allows you to do is maintain artificial orbits. So normally, if you want to calculate your orbital speed of something at, say, half an AU, you would use Kepler's third law and go through that, and you'd say, okay, if it's at half an AU, I can calculate the period by p squared is proportional to a cubed and go through that. But for a quasite, you can basically have any speed you want. It's just a matter of how much of the gravitational force are you balancing out. You effectively enter an orbit where you're making the mass of the star be less massive than it really is. So it's as if you were orbiting a 0.1 solar mass star or a 0.2 solar mass star, whatever you want. And so that means that Mercury orbits with a pretty fast orbital speed around the sun because it's closer to the sun than we are. But we could put something in Mercury's orbit that would have a slower speed, and so it would co-track with the Earth. And so we would always be aligned with them at all times. And so this could be useful if you wanted to have either a chain of colonies or something that were able to easily communicate and move between one another, between these different bases. You'd probably use something like this to maintain that easy transferability. Or you could even use it as a space weather monitoring system, which was actually proposed in the paper. We know that major events like the Carrington event that happened, can knock out all of our electromagnetic systems quite easily. A major solar flare could do that, a geomagnetic storm. But if we had the ability to detect those higher elevated activity cycles in advance, the problem is they travel obviously pretty fast, and so it's hard to get ahead of them. But you could have a station which is basically sampling solar flares very close to the surface of the Earth, and as soon as it detects anything suspicious magnetically, it could then send that information straight back at the speed of light to your Earth and give you maybe half an hour warning or something that something bad was coming. You should shut off all your systems or get in your Faraday cage now and protect yourself. And so these quasites are kind of a cool trick of, again, kind of hacking the laws of physics. It's like another one of these exploits that the universe seems to allow us to do to potentially manifest these artificial systems that would otherwise be difficult to produce.
So leveraging natural phenomena.
Yeah. That's always the key, is to work, in my mind, is to work with nature. That's how I see astroengineering, rather than against it. You're not trying to force it to do something, that's why I always think solar energy is so powerful, because in the battle against nuclear fusion, you're really fighting a battle where you're trying to confine plasma into this extremely tight space, or the sun does this for free. It has gravitation, and so that's that's in essence what a solar panel does. It is a nuclear fusion reactor fueled energy system, but it's just using gravitation for the confinement and having a huge standoff distance for its energy collection. And so there are tricks like that. It's a very naive, simple trick in that case, where we can, rather than having to reinvent the wheel, we can use the space infrastructure, if you like, the astrophysical infrastructure that's already there to our benefit.
Yeah, I think in the long arc of human history, probably natural phenomena is the right solution. That's the simple, that's the elegant solution, because all the power is already there. That's why a Dyson sphere in the long sort of, but you don't know what a Dyson sphere would look like, but some kind of thing that leverages the power, the energy that's already in the sun is better than creating artificial nuclear fusion reaction. But then again, that brings us to the topic of AI. How much of this, if we're traveling out there, interstellar travel, or doing some of the interesting things we've been talking about, how much of those ships would be occupied by AI systems, do you think? What would be the living organisms occupying those ships?
Yeah, it's depressing to think about AI in the search for life, because it has, I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot over the last few weeks with playing around with ChatGPT 3 like many of us and being astonished with its capabilities. And you see that our society is undergoing a change that seems significant in terms of the development of artificial intelligence. We've been promised this revolution, this singularity for a long time, but it really seems to be stepping up its pace of development at this point. And so that's interesting, because as someone who looks for alien life out there in the universe, it sort of implies that our current stage of development is highly transitional, and that, you know, you go back for the last 4.5 billion years, the planet was dumb, essentially. If you go back last few thousand years, there was a civilization, but it wasn't really producing any techno signatures. And then over the last maybe 100 years, there's been something that might be detectable from afar. But we're approaching this cusp where we might imagine it. I mean, we're thinking of like maybe years and decades with AI development, typically when we talk about this. But as an astronomer, I have to think about much longer time scales, centuries, millennia, millions of years. And so if this wave continues over that time scale, which is still the blink of an eye on a cosmic time scale, that implies that everything will be AI essentially out there, if this is a common behavior. And so that's intriguing, because it sort of implies that we are special in terms of our moment in time as a civilization, which it normally is something we're averse to as astronomers. We normally like this mediocrity principle. We're not special, we're a typical part of the universe, sometimes the cosmological principle. But in a temporal sense, we may be in a unique location. And perhaps that is part of the solution to the Fermi paradox, in fact, that if it is true that planets tend to go through basically 3 phases: dumb life for the vast majority, a brief period of biological intelligence, and then an extended period of artificial intelligence that they transition to, then we would be in a unique and special moment in galactic history that would be of particular interest for any anthropologists out there in the galaxy, right? This would be the time that you would want to study a civilization very carefully. You wouldn't want to interfere with it. You would just want to see how it plays out. Kind of similar to the ancestor simulations that sometimes sort of with the simulation argument, that you are able to observe perhaps your own origins and study how the transformation happens. And so, yeah, that has for me recently been throwing the Fermi paradox a bit on its head. And this idea of the zoo hypothesis that we may be monitored, which has for a long time been sort of seen as a fringe idea, even amongst the SETI community. But if we live in this truly transitional period, it adds a lot of impetus to that idea, I think.
Well, even AI itself would, by its very nature, would be observing us. By, you know, it's like human. There used to be this concept of human computation, which is actually exactly what's feeding the current chat language models, which is leveraging all the busy stuff we're doing to do the hard work of learning. So like the language models are trained on human interaction and human language on the internet. It would ask, what is the interesting thing that makes us human? We tend to think of it, and you said like there's 3 phases. What's the thing that's hard to come by in phase 3? Is it something like scarcity, which is limited resources? Is it something like consciousness? Is that the thing that's very that emerged the evolutionary process in biological systems that are operating under constrained resources? This thing that it feels like something to experience the world, which we think of as consciousness, is that really difficult to replicate? Is in artificial systems? Is that the thing that makes us fundamentally human, or is it just a side effect that we attribute way too much importance to? Do you have a sense? If we look out into the future, and AI systems are the ones that are traveling out there to Alpha Centauri and beyond, do you think they have to carry the flame of consciousness with them?
No, not necessarily. They may do, but it may not be necessarily. I mean, I guess we're talking about the difference here between sort of an AGI, artificial general intelligence, or consciousness, which are distinct ideas, and you can certainly have one without the other. So I could imagine.
I would disagree with this certainly in that statement.
Okay.
I think it's very possible in order to have intelligence, you have to have consciousness.
Okay. Well, I mean, to a certain degree, GPT-3 has a level of intelligence already. It's not a general intelligence, but it displays properties of intelligence with no consciousness. So
again, I would disagree.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Because you said it's very nice. You said it displays properties of intelligence. Mm-hmm. In the same way it displays properties of intelligence, I would say it's starting to display properties of consciousness. It certainly could fool you that it's conscious.
Correct. Yeah. So I guess like a Turing test problem. Like if it's displaying all those properties, if it quacks like a parrot, looks like a parrot, or quacks like a duck, sings like isn't it basically a duck at that point? So yeah, I can see that argument. It probably. I mean, certainly I try to think about it from the observer's point of view as an astronomer. What am I looking for? Whether that intelligence is conscious or not has little bearing, I think, as to what I should be looking for when I'm trying to detect evidence of them. It would maybe affect their behavior in ways that I can't predict, but that's again getting into the game of what I would call xenopsychology, of trying to make projections about the motivations of an alien species is incredibly difficult. And similarly, for any kind of artificial intelligence, it's unfathomable what its intentions may be. I mean, I would sort of question whether it would even be interested in traveling between the stars at all. If its primary goal is computation for the sake of computation, then it's probably going to have a different way of, it's going to be engineering its solar system and the nearby material around it for a different goal. If it's just simply trying to increase computer substrate across the universe. And that, of course, if that is its principal intention, to just essentially convert dumb matter into smart matter as it goes, then I think that would come into conflict with our observations of the universe, right? Because the Earth shouldn't be here if that were true. The Earth should have been transformed into computer substrate by this point. There's been plenty of time in the history of the galaxy for that to have happened. So I'm skeptical that we can... I'm skeptical in the part that's a behavior that AI... But I also find it difficult to find a way out of it. To explain why that would never happen in the entire history of the galaxy, amongst potentially, if life is common, millions, maybe even billions of instantiations of AI could have occurred across the galaxy. And so that seems to be a knock against the idea that there is life else, or intelligent life elsewhere in the galaxy. The fact that that hasn't occurred in our history is maybe the only solid data point we really have about the activities of other civilizations.
Of course, the scary one could be that we just, at this stage, intelligent alien civilizations just start destroying themselves. It becomes too powerful. Everything's just too many weapons, too many nuclear weapons, too many nuclear weapon style systems that just, from mistake to aggression, to, like, the probability of self-destruction is too high relative to the challenge of avoiding the technological challenges of avoiding self-destruction.
You mean the AI destroys itself? Or
no,
we destroy ourselves prior to the advent of AI?
As we get smarter and smarter AI, either AI destroys us or there could be just a million, like AI is correlated, the development of AI is correlated with all this other technological innovation, genetic engineering, like all kinds of engineering at the nanoscale, mass manufacture of things that could destroy us, or cracking physics enough to have very powerful weapons, nuclear weapons, all of it. Just too much. Physics enables way too many things that can destroy us before it enables the propulsion systems that allow us to fly far enough away before we destroy ourselves. So maybe that's what happens to the other alien civilizations.
Is that your resolution? Because I think us in the techno-signature community and the astronomy community aren't thinking about this problem seriously enough, in my opinion. We should be thinking about what AI is doing to our society and the implications, what we're looking for. And so the only, I think, part of this thinking has to involve people like yourself who are more intimate with the machine learning and artificial intelligence world. How do you reconcile in your mind, you said earlier that you think you can't imagine a galaxy where life and intelligence is not all over the place. And if artificial intelligence is a natural progression for civilizations, how do you reconcile that with the absence of any information around us, or any clues or hints of artificial behavior, artificially engineered stars, or colonization, computer substrate, transformed planets, anything like that?
It's extremely difficult for me. It's the Fermi paradox, broadly defined, is extremely difficult for me. And the terrifying thing is, one thing I suspect is that we keep destroying ourselves. The probability of self-destruction with advanced technology is just extremely high. That's why we're not seeing it. But then again, my intuition about why we haven't blown ourselves up with nuclear weapons, it's very surprising to me from a scientific perspective. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't, given all the cruelty I've seen in the world, given the power that nuclear weapons place in the hands of a very small number of individuals, it's very surprising to me we had to destroy ourselves, and it seems to be a very low probability situation we have happening here. And then the other explanation is the zoos, the observation, that we're just being observed. That's the only other thing. It's so difficult for me. Of course, all of science, everything is very humbling. It would be very humbling for me to learn that we're alone in the universe. It would change. You know what? Maybe I do want that to be true because you want us to be special. That's why I'm resisting that thought. Maybe there's no way we're that special. There's no way we're that special. That's where my resistance comes from.
I would just say, the specialness is something implicitly in that statement. There's kind of an assumption that we are something positive, like we're a gift to this planet or something, and that makes it special. But it may be that intelligence is more of we're like rats or cockroaches. We're an infestation of this planet. We're not some benevolent property that the planet would ideally like to have, if you can even say such a thing. But we may be not only a generally a negative force for a planet's biosphere and its own survivability, which I think you can make a strong argument about, but we may also be a very persistent infestation that may, even in, interesting thoughts, in the wake of a nuclear war, would that be an absolute eradication of every human being, which would be a fairly extreme event, or would the candle of consciousness, as you might call it, the flame of consciousness, continue with some small pockets that would maybe in 10,000 years, 100,000 years, we'd see civilization re-emerge and play out the same thing over again.
Yeah, that's certainly, the nuclear weapons aren't powerful enough yet. But yes, but to sort of push back on the infestation, sure, but the word special doesn't have to be positive. I just mean...
I think it tends to imply, but I take your point, yeah, but maybe... just maybe extremely rare, might be.
Yeah, and that to me, it's very strange for me to be cosmically unique. It's just very strange. I mean, that we're the only thing of this level of complexity in the galaxy just seems very strange to me.
I would just, yeah, I do think it depends on this classification. I think there is sort of, again, it's kind of buried within there as a subtext, but there is a classification that we're doing here that what we are is a distinct category of life, let's say in this case, when we're talking about intelligence, we are something that can be separated. But of course we see intelligence across the animal kingdom in, dolphins, humpback whales, octopuses, crows, ravens, and so it's quite possible that that these are all manifestations of the same thing, and we are not a particularly distinct class, except for the fact we make technology. That's really the only difference with our intelligence, and we classify that separately. But from a biological perspective, to some degree, it's really just all part of a continuum. And so that's why when we talk about unique, you are putting yourself in a box which is distinct and saying this is the only example of things that fall into this box. But the walls of that box may themselves be a construct of our own arrogance that we are something distinct.
Sure. But I was also speaking broadly, us, meaning all life on Earth. But then it's possible that there's all kinds of living ecosystems on other planets and other moons that just don't have interest in technological development.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe technological development is the parasitic thing. It destroys the organism broadly, and then maybe that's actually one of the fundamental realities. Whatever broad way to categorize technological development, that's just the parasitic thing that just destroys itself.
Yeah,
it's a cancer,
We're flirting around, sorry to interrupt, but we're flirting around this idea of the great filter a little bit here. So we're really asking, where is this? Does it lie ahead of us? Nuclear war, maybe imminent, that would be a filter that's ahead of us. Or could it be behind us, and that it's the advent of technology that is genuinely a rare occurrence in the universe, and that explains the Fermi paradox. And so that's something that obviously people have debated and argued about in SETI for decades and decades, but it remains a persistent, people argue whether it should be really called a paradox or not, but it remains a consistent apparent contradiction that you can make a very cogent argument as to why you expect life and intelligence to be common in the universe, and yet everything we know about the universe is fully compatible with just us being here. And that's a haunting thought, but I have no preference or desire for that to be true. I'm not trying to impose that view on anyone, but I do ask that we remain open-minded until evidence has been collected either way.
The thing is, it's one of, if not the, probably I would argue, is the most important question facing human civilization, or the most interesting.
Yeah.
I think, scientifically speaking, like, what question is more important than somehow, there could be other ways to sneak up to it, but it gets to the essence of what we are, what these living organisms are. Is somehow seeing another kind helps us understand.
It speaks to the human condition, helps us understand what it is to be human to some degree. I think, I have tried to remain very agnostic about the idea of life and intelligence. One thing I try to be more optimistic about, and I've been thinking a lot with our searches for life in the universe, is life in the past. I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now
living.
Yeah, that's currently extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI is the demise of our own, that's only a few hundred years of technological development, or maybe 10,000 years if you go back to the Neolithic Revolution, the dawn of agriculture. Hardly anything in cosmic time span. That's nothing. That's the blink of an eye. And so it's not surprising at all that we would happen not to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion and realization, maybe they scour the galaxy around them, don't find any evidence for intelligence, then they have two options. They can either give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just, worry about what's happening here on our own planet. Or they could attempt communication, but communication through time. And that's almost the most selfless act of communication, because there's no hope of getting anything back. It's a philanthropic gift almost to that other civilization that you can maybe might just be nothing more than a monument, which the pyramids essentially are, a monument of their existence, that these are the things they achieved, this was their, the things they believed in, their language, their culture. Or it could be maybe something more than that. It could be sort of lessons from what they learned in their own history. And so I've been thinking a lot recently about how would we send a message to other civilizations in the future, because that act of thinking seriously about the engineering of how we would design it would inform us about what we should be looking for, and also perhaps be our best chance, quite frankly, of ever making contact. It might not be the contact we dream of, but it's still contact. There would still be a record of our existence, as pitiful as it might be compared to a two-way communication.
And I love the humility behind that project, that universal project.
Yeah.
It's it's humble, and it humbles you to the vast temporal landscape of the universe. Just realizing our day-to-day lives, all of us will be forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to think about something that sends a signal out to other.
It's almost like a humility of acceptance as well, of knowing that you have a terminal disease, but your impact on the earth doesn't have to end with your death, that it could go on beyond with what you leave behind for others to discover, with maybe the books you write or what you leave in the literature.
Do you think launching the Roadster vehicle out in space would go panic?
Yeah, the Roadster. I'm not sure what someone would make of that if they
Yeah, that's true.
There have been quasi-attempts at it beyond the Roadster. There's plaques on, there's the Pioneer plaques, there's the Voyager 2 Golden Record. It's pretty unlikely anybody's going to discover those, because they're just adrift in space, and they will eventually mechanically die and not produce any signal for anyone to spot. So you'd have to be extremely lucky to come across them. I've often said to my colleagues that I think the best place is the moon. The moon, unlike the Earth, has no significant weathering. How long will the Apollo descent stages, which are still sun on the lunar surface, last for? The only real effect is micrometeorites, which are slowly like dust smashing against them, pretty much. But that's going to take millions, potentially billions of years to erode that down. And so we have an opportunity, and that's on the surface. If you put something just a few meters beneath the surface, it would have even greater protection. And so it raises the prospect of that if we wanted to send something, a significant amount of information, to a future galactic spanning civilization that maybe cracks the interstellar propulsion problem, the moon's going to be there for 5 billion years. That's a long time for somebody to come by and detect maybe a strange pattern that we draw on the sand. For them to, big arrow, big cross, look under here, and we can have a tomb of knowledge of some record of our civilization. And so I think it's, when you think like that, what that implies to us, well, okay, the galaxy is 13 billion years old, the moon is already 4 billion years old, there may be places familiar to us, nearby to us, that we should be seriously considering as places we should look for life, and intelligent life, or evidence of relics that they might leave behind for us.
So that thinking like that will help us find such relics, and it's like like a beneficial cycle that happens.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
That enables the science of study better, like of searching for bios and tech signatures and so on.
Yeah,
and it's inspiring. I mean, it's also inspiring in that we want to leave a legacy behind as an entire civilization, not just in the symbols, but broadly speaking.
Yeah,
that's lasting somehow.
Yeah, and I'm part of a team that's trying to repeat the Golden Record experiment. We're trying to create like an open source version of the Golden Record that future spacecraft are able to download and basically put on a little hard drive that they can carry around with them, and get these distributed hopefully across the solar system eventually.
And so it's going to be called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Or
yeah, it could be. That's a good name for it. We've been toying a little bit with the name, but I think probably it'll just be Golden Record at this point, or Golden Record version 2 or something. But I think another benefit that I see of this activity is that it forces us as a species to ask those questions about what it is that we want another civilization to know about us. The Golden Record was kind of funny because it had photos on it, and it had photos of people eating, for instance, but it had no photos of people defecating. And so I always thought that was kind of funny because if I was an alien, or if I was studying an alien, if I saw images of an alien, I'm not trying to be like a pervert or anything, but I would want to see the full I want to understand the biology of that alien. And so we always censor what we show,
and we should show the whole actual natural process, and then also say we humans tend to censor these things. We tend to not like to walk around naked. We tend to not to talk about some of the natural biological phenomena and talk a lot about others.
Yeah,
and actually just be very like the way you would be to a therapist or something, very transparent about the way we actually operate.
Yeah, I mean, and Sagan had that with the Golden Record. I think he originally there's a male and a female figure depicted on the Golden Record, and the woman had a genitalia originally drawn, and there was a lot of pushback from I think a lot of Christian groups who were not happy about the idea of throwing this into space, and so eventually they had to remove that, and so it would be confusing biologically if you're trying to study xenobiology of this alien that apparently has no genitalia, or the man does, but for some reason the woman doesn't, and that's our own societal and cultural imprint happening into that information.
That's, to be fair, just even having two sexes and predators and prey, just the whole, that could be just a very unique Earth-like thing. So they might be confused about why there's like pairs of things. Like why are you like why is there a man and a woman in general? Like they could be. I mean, they could be confused about a lot of things in general. I don't think
They don't even know which way to hold the picture.
Or there's the picture. They might not need. They might have very different sensory devices to even interpret this.
If they only have sound as their only way of navigating the world, it's kind of lost to send any kind of. There's been a lot of conversation about sending video and audio and video and pictures, and that's one of the things I've been a little bit resistant about in the team. That I've been thinking, well, they might not have eyes, and so if you lived in under the Europa surface, having eyes wouldn't be very useful. If you lived on a very dark planet on the tightly locked night side of an exoplanet, having eyes wouldn't be particularly useful. So it's kind of a presumption of us to think that video is a useful form of communication.
Do you hope we become a multiplanetary species? So we almost sneaking up to that, but the efforts of SpaceX, of Elon, maybe in general what your thoughts are about those efforts. So you already mentioned Starship will be very interesting for astronomy, for science in general, just getting stuff out into space. But what about the longer term goal of actually colonizing, of building civilizations on other surfaces, on moons, on planets?
It seems like a fairly obvious thing to do for our survival, right? There's a high risk if we are committed to trying to keep this human experiment going. Putting all of our eggs in one basket is always going to be a risky strategy to pursue.
It's a nice basket, though. But
it is a beautiful basket. I personally have no interest in living on Mars or the moon. Yeah. I would like to visit, but I would definitely not want to spend the rest of my life and die on Mars. It's a it means a hellhole. Mars is a very, very different. I think the idea that this is going to happen in the next 10, 20 years seems to me very optimistic. Not that it's insurmountable, but the challenges are extreme to survive on a planet like Mars, which is like a dry, frozen desert with a high radiation environment. It's a challenge of a type we've never faced before. So I'm sure human ingenuity can tackle it, but I'm skeptical that we'll have thousands of people living on Mars in my lifetime. But I would relish that opportunity to maybe one day visit such a settlement and do scientific experiments on Mars or experience Mars, do astronomy from Mars, all sorts of cool stuff you could do. Sometimes you see these dreams of outer solar system exploration, and you can like fly through the clouds of Venus, or you could just do these enormous jumps on like these small moons where you can essentially jump as high as a skyscraper and traverse them. So there's all sorts of wonderful ice skating on Europa might be fun. So don't get me wrong, I love the idea of us becoming interplanetary. I think it's just a question of time. Our own destructive tendencies, as you said earlier, are at odds with our emerging capability to become interplanetary. And the question is, will we get out of the nest before we burn it down? And I don't know. I hope that we do, but I don't have any special insight that there is a problem. There is somewhat of a gnawing intellectual itch I have with the so-called doomsday argument, which I try not to treat too seriously, but there is some element of it that bothers me. The doomsday argument basically suggests that you're typically the mediocrity principle. You're not special. That you're probably going to be born somewhere in the middle of all human beings who will ever be born. You're unlikely to be one of the first 1% of human beings that ever lived, and one of the last 1%, and similarly the last 1% of human beings that will ever live, because you'd be very unique and special if that were true. And so by this logic, you can sort of calculate how many generations of humans you might expect. So if there's been, let's say, 100 billion human beings that have ever lived on this planet, then you could say to 95% confidence, so you divide by 5%, so 100 billion divided by 0.05 would give you 2 trillion human beings that would ever live, you'd expect by this argument. And so if let's say each planet, in general the planet has a 10 billion population, so that would be 200 generations of humans we would expect ahead of us. And if each one has an average lifetime of say 100 years, then that would be about 20,000 years. So there's 20,000 years left on the clock. That's like a typical doomsday argument type. That's how they typically lay it out. Now, you can argue a lot of the criticisms of the doomsday argument come down to, well, what are you really counting? You're counting humans there, but maybe you should be counting years, or maybe you should be counting human hours. What are you? Because what you count makes a big difference to what you get out on the other end. So this is called the reference class. And so that's one of the big criticisms of the doomsday argument. But I do think it has a compelling point that it would be surprising if our future is to one day blossom and become a galactic spanning empire. Trillions upon trillions of human beings will one day live across the stars for essentially as long as the galaxy exists and the stars burn. We would live at an incredibly special point in that story. We would be right at the very, very, very beginning. And that's not impossible, but it's just somewhat improbable. And so there's part of that sort of irks against me, but it also almost feels like a philosophical argument, because you're sort of talking about souls being drawn from this cosmic pool. So it's not an argument that I lose sleep about for our fate of the doomsday, but it is somewhat intellectually annoying that there is a slight contradiction there, it feels like, with the idea of a galactic spanning empire.
Yeah, but of course there's so many unknowns. I for one would love to visit even space, but Mars. Just imagine standing on Mars and looking back at Earth.
Yeah,
I mean,
incredible sight. It would give you such a fresh perspective as to your entire existence and what it meant to be human.
Yeah, and then come back to Earth, and it would give you give you a heck of a perspective. Plus, the sunset on Mars is supposed to be nice.
I loved what William Shatner said after his flight. His words really moved me when he came down, and I think it really captured the idea that we shouldn't really be sending engineers, scientists into space. We should be sending our poets, because those are the people when they come down who can truly make a difference when they describe their experiences in space. And I found it very moving reading what he said.
Yeah, when you talk to astronauts, when they describe what they see, it's like this, like they've discovered a whole new thing that they can't possibly convert back into words.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. Just as a quick, before I forget, I have to ask you, can you summarize your argument against the hypothesis that we live in a simulation? Is it similar to our discussion about the doomsday clock?
No, it's actually probably more similar to my agnosticism about life in the universe, and it's just sort of remaining agnostic about all possibilities. The simulation argument, sometimes it gets mixed. There's kind of two distinct things that we need to consider. One is the probability that we live in so-called base reality, that we're not living in a simulated reality itself. And another probability we need to consider is the probability that technology is viable, possible, and something we will ultimately choose to one day do. And those are two distinct things. They're probably quite similar numbers to each other, but they are distinct probabilities. So in my paper I wrote about this, I just tried to work through the problem. I teach astrophysics, actually teaching it this morning. And so it just seemed like a fun case study of working through a Bayesian calculation for it. Bayesian calculations work on conditionals. And so when you hear, what kind of inspired this project was when I heard Musk said was like a 1 billion to 1 chance that we don't live in a simulation. He's right if you add the Bayesian conditional, and the Bayesian conditional is conditioned upon the fact that we eventually develop that technology and choose to use it, or it's chosen to be used by such species, by such civilizations. That's the conditional. And you have to add that in because that conditional isn't guaranteed. And so in a Bayesian framework, you can kind of make that explicit. You see mathematically, explicitly, that's a conditional in your equation. And the opposite side of the coin is basically in the trilemma that Bostrom originally put forward, it's options 1 and 2. So option 1 is that you basically never develop the ability to do that. Option 2 is you never choose to execute that. So we kind of group those together as sort of the non-simulation scenario, let's call it. And so you've got non-simulation scenario and simulation scenario. And agnostically, we really have to give how do you assess the a priori model probability of those two scenarios? It's very difficult, and I think people would probably argue about how you assign those priors. In the paper, we just assigned 50-50. We just said, this hasn't been demonstrated yet. There's no evidence that this is actually technically possible. But nor is it that it's not technically possible, so we're just going to assign 50-50 probability to these two hypotheses. And then in the hypothesis where you have a simulated reality, you have a base reality set at the top. So there is, even in the simulated hypothesis, there's a probability you still live in base reality, and then there's a whole myriad of universes beneath that which are all simulated. And so you have a very slim probability of being in base reality if this is true, and you have a 100% probability of living in base reality, on the other hand, if it's not true and we never develop that ability or choose never to use it. And so then you apply this technique called Bayesian model averaging, which is where you propagate the uncertainty of your two models to get a final estimate. And because of that one base reality that lives in the simulated scenario, you end up counting this up and getting that it always has to be less than 50%. So the probability living in a simulated reality versus base reality has to be slightly less than 50%. Now that really comes down to that statement of giving it 50-50 odds to begin with. And on the one hand, you might say, look, David, I work in artificial intelligence, I'm very confident that this is going to happen, just off extrapolating off current trends. Or on the other hand, a statistician would say, you're giving way too much weight to the simulation hypothesis because it's an intrinsically highly complicated model. You have a whole hierarchy of realities within realities within realities. It's like the Inception style thing, right? And so this requires hundreds, thousands, millions of parameterizations to describe And by Occam's razor, we would always normally penalize inherently complicated models as being disfavored. So I think you could argue I'm being too generous or too kind with that, but I sort of want to develop the rigorous mathematical tools to explore it. And ultimately, it's up to you to decide what you think that 50-50 odds should be. But you can use my formula to plug in whatever you want and get the answer, and I use 50-50.
So, but when in that first pile, with the first two parts of the Boston talks about, it seems like connected to that is the question we've been talking about, which is the number of times at bat you get, which is the number of intelligent civilizations that are out there that can build such simulations. That it seems like very closely connected, because if we're the only ones that are here and can build such things, that changes things.
Yeah. I mean, the simulation hypothesis has all sorts of implications like that. I've always loved, Sean Carroll pointed out a really interesting contradiction apparently with the simulation hypothesis that I speak about a little bit in the paper. But he showed that, or pointed out that in this hierarchy of realities, which then develop their own AIs within the realities, and then they, or really ancestor simulations, I should say, rather than AI, they develop their own capability to simulate realities. You get this hierarchy, and so eventually there'll be a bottom layer, which I often call the sewer of reality. It's like the worst layer where it's the most pixelated it could possibly be, right? So, because each layer is necessarily going to have less computational power than the layer above it. Because not only are you simulating that entire planet, but also sometimes
ships last night? Israeli design, for sure. Roger that. Son of a bitch! Dead. How's it hanging? I've been seeing some strange images on the infrared telescope the last few nights. Of course, they don't want you to know about the Israeli warplanes or the new missile launchers on the Vatican's latest gyro.
Look who it is.
Hey, that's a nice set of wheels. Whoa, now she looks pretty, but not in like a girly way. You'll be burning blacktop with this thing. You brake too quick with these guys, you'll go over your handlebars. Now that's an attractive bike, for a serious-hearted criminal. There you go. Enjoy. That is hot, if I do say so myself. Wow, she looks good. Not that she didn't already. You thinking? Takes me a while too. You got some sweet wheels. That's that then.
Hey!
Yes, a redwood. It's a vigorous cigarette that 9 out of 10 physicians recommend. All American tobacco, of course. Smooth, sophisticated, yet
Good luck out there.
That's you all done. Got one of those myself. I ain't much of a feller for sales pattern. Ammunition is like the bean machine of the firearms industry. Now that is a beast right there. Enjoy.
Glad I got out of the city.
Okay.
you
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. It's on the way.
You've earned this reward. Party and play until you win at the Diamond Casino and Resort.
I go home. If I fucking had one.
Second probably was a mistake. What'll it be today? Welcome back. Come back soon.
Okay, time for another dare. 5 habaneros, and then make out with the...
Oh, shit, this stinks.